Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings, brothers and sisters. Let's do a quick and blessings, brother. Sound and video. Check. Make sure everything's working when it comes to the sound and video. Sounds like it is. I pulled up the video here on my end and could hear myself speaking. So it looks like it's working, but let's just make sure if there are any issues before we get started, let me know. And then we'll get started once we have everything confirmed. All right, so everybody is saying that things look good. So let me go ahead and start the audio. 1 second, let me make sure. All right, I think we're ready to go.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, gave we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yes, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, that you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible. The 5th verse. For I saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada. Peaceful Sabbath bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:24 p.m. Central Standard Time, April 11th, 2025. And boy, is time flying. We're already in April, and it seems like the year just began. Well, we know the real new year just began, but the Gregorian calendar new year, it seems like just yesterday begun. and we're here going deep into spring. And the weather's starting to get nicer, at least in my neck of the woods. I know it was warm leading up to the beginning of spring, and then it got cold and weird, and it seems like that darkness is behind us, hopefully. But hope you all are out there doing well today and have had a blessed week, and that your Sabbath, the beginning of your Sabbath, is starting off well and blessed. And for those who already are in your Sabbath, hope it's going well. For those haven't started yet, hope it starts off well when it does. I want to give all honor, praise, and glory to the Most High God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Elohim, some may know as the Elohim, the Godhead. All right, for making it to another weekly Sabbath, another holy day. Friday night to Saturday night is the Sabbath day. So I want to give all praise, honor, and glory. The Heavenly Father's name in the Hebrew, Ahaya. The Son, who the world knows as Jesus Christ, his name is Yeshaya in the Hebrew, and the Holy Spirit, Rawak, is the Holy Spirit in Hebrew. All right. And also giving thanks for making it here to another live stream, Friday night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon. And boy, do we have a special, a more than special live stream for you all tonight. Of course, you know, everyone who's tuned in knows that, we like to go through a lot of information. But tonight we're definitely going to bring the information, but we're also going to bring a surprise announcement toward the latter part of the live stream. So make sure you're tuned in for that. Have a surprise announcement. All right. Now, before we go into any information, let us first get the title for our live stream as well as some announcements. So what is our title? What are we going to be going into and discussing this evening? Well, let's pull it up here for you all. What do we have? Biochemical terrorism against God's creation. Biochemical terrorism against God's creation. All right, so a lot to unpack with that. We're going to go in to that shortly. Let's get some announcements real quick. All right. As you all see here, we are streaming on Rumble. Let everybody out there know where we are this evening. Our last live stream, we were on Patreon. Tonight, we're on Rumble. So people may be trying to figure out where we are. We're on Rumble. So make sure that you share. Make sure you like, follow, right? And the way that you can watch it is through any web browser. We're getting feedback now from people saying they're using the Brave browser, and those who had issues with interruptions, whether you're watching it live or you're watching it on demand, the Brave browser seems to be working. I haven't seen anybody say that it's not working for them watching it through Brave. Brave.com, they're not a sponsor, but maybe they should be. As much publicity we're giving them. You can download that browser if you're having any issues with playback or live streaming. Brave.com is where you can get the Brave browser. All right. But you can watch through any browser on any device. You can watch through the Rumble app if you prefer to use the app. All right. GOCC Southwest on Rumble. All right. We will be hopefully opening up the call lines toward the end of the live stream if we have time. That just depends on how quickly we are able to get through the information. And we'll open it up for calls. I'll provide the number at the end where you can call in, and we'll take any calls anybody has, any questions, anything you would like to share, comments, all of those things. More so the latter part of the live stream. All right. All of our backup content can be found on Odyssey, odyssey.com, GOCC Southwest on odyssey.com is where you can find our backup content. I know some people are asking, can we get some of that content? There's some things maybe missing there or on YouTube and uploaded here. Definitely just kind of all depends on, time and tracking those videos down and trying to get everything uploaded here. So, takes a little time. So time permits, we'll definitely try to make sure we have everything in one place, right? Because a lot of those live streams, just like a lot of the church teachings, are way ahead of their time. And so you can always go back, get stuff that, you're seeing happening now that we spoke about years ago, or there's information there that maybe you missed, or, you need to get back on that information to incorporate it into your informational database to be able to use for yourself, to be able to show others the information so that they can be aware, because there's a lot of things people just aren't aware of. Okay. So we'll look to try to get some of those things uploaded here on Rumble. I know YouTube is steadily taking videos down. Speaking of YouTube, our GOCC Southwest main hub and channel is on YouTube, GOCC Southwest. Make sure you subscribe and follow there. That way, anytime we go live or we're about to come on, and whether it's a different day or a different platform, you'll know where we're going to be. Okay. But yeah, YouTube is steadily taking videos down over there. And so they're not even on Odyssey because we had them on YouTube. So now we got to take those and find them and then look to try to get them uploaded here or Odyssey. A lot of work, family, doing all that, very tedious sometimes with doing everything else. Right. So unfortunately, sometimes I just, don't even like bothering with that stuff, but I'll definitely make a note to hopefully help those out who are looking for those things, have them, in a place where you can find them, because they've been scrubbed. And that's why we're here on Rumble, because Rumble, we can rumble, right? We don't have to worry about getting scrubbed and censored and all that type of stuff. It just playing the YouTube game. It's just not a fun game to play. And I don't play games. So, but nonetheless, we have that. We also have GOCC Fit on Friday nights. We haven't done GOCC Fit in a while, but again, stay tuned toward the end of this live stream. We're going to make some announcements when it comes to that. We're going to be looking to bring back a lot of content for GOCC Fit on Friday nights, where we were on GOCC Media discussing health. All right. A lot of things discussing health. And I don't know, we may not be able to use GOCC Media for that, because what we were discussing in the past was more so, pulling up WHO documents and stuff like that. We really want to dive into health, and we're going to get some medical misinformation strikes and stuff like that. And I definitely don't want that to happen to the YouTube channel over there on GOCC Media. So some conversations we may not be able to have over there on GOCC Media. So we'll see. But stay tuned for a lot of content coming in for health, as well as things at the end of this live stream we're really going to talk about when it comes to health. All right. Also on GOCC Media through the week, you have other leaders, other content. You have Elder Ariah, as well as Deacon Hazak on GOCC Media. So make sure you're subscribed, following there for all the content that's coming. Okay. We also have, so that pretty much concludes our Friday night ministry. Our main church website, gatheringofchrist.org, right? Gatheringofchrist.org, where you can find everything you want to know about the church, the doctrine we teach, the resources we use to teach from. We also have the holy days we follow, along with the Hebrew calendar that you can buy. Now we have the new Hebrew calendars out. You also have the GOCC network. Okay, the GOCC network, where we have small businesses, entrepreneurs who have products and services that you can support. Okay, check it out. Might be some things that you're looking for. You can get good quality, wholesome products, right, from people who have your best interest at heart in the body of Christ. So let's support the community. Make sure we're doing that. And if you'd like to join, you can also inquire there if you would like to join that network. Okay. We also have our Hebrew and Bible Academy. You can access that from the main site, or you can go to historytimes.org and go straight to the Bible Academy. And I believe it's week 8 coming up. I believe Elder Lawyer spoke earlier that it was week 8. And we also have a new academy coming up in about a month and a half. So you like to join the new academy, you can, find all that out and enroll from historytimes.org. We also have the YouTube channel, the main church YouTube channel, A Gathering 144, and GOCC NYC is the backup. Haven't had to use the backup in a while, but it's always good to have backups for should there be an issue with the primary channels. All right, so that pretty much concludes our announcements. All right, so I believe we're good on that. And so now, since we're through with the announcements, what time is it?
Let's get ready to rumble.
Now it is time to get ready to rumble. And boy, do we have some rumbling to do for this live stream. Let us real quick get the title one more time. What is our title and discussion that we're focusing in on this evening? Biochemical terrorism against God's creation. All right. Now, what we're going to do before we go in on this, a lot of times we like to do a refresher, a recap on the previous week. So not last week, but the week before last, we were on Patreon filling in for the elders, and our discussion was Jewish Freemason ritual abuse exposed. So I want to pick back up there before we transition over to what we're going to talk about tonight, and then some news after we do a recap. Some news we want to deal with, and then we're going to go right into the biochemical terrorism on God's creation. So, Jewish Freemason ritual abuse exposed. We spoke about how Judaism is basically Freemasonry, and Freemasonry basically is Judaism, and that's not our opinion. That's coming from the Jewish Tribune. You also have Jewish encyclopedias and Jewish almanacs that say if you take away Judaism from Freemasonry, what is left, right? So being initiated into Freemasonry, there are rituals, there are rites, there are ceremonies. These are Babylonian, these are Canaanite, these are pre-flood rituals that have been passed down through the nations. And now in the lodges, right, these are, this is a place where they can initiate and recruit, right, useful idiots, unfortunately, to come into their organization and to be utilized, whether you know a lot about what's going on as you go up the ladder or you know very little and you're kept in the dark. But because you pledged allegiance and made an oath to the brotherhood, you're going to do whatever the bidding of your masters or your overlords is. All right. And it's based upon Judaism, the Babylonian Talmud, the Kabbalah. Okay. Now, we spoke about who did we mainly were speaking about with all this. Let's pull it up here. Give me one moment. Some last minute adjustments here. So many different things to pull up. So sometimes some things I get reminded of in the middle and have to stop and pull them up. But let me show you all this here. So we talked about Sean Diddy Combs, Puff Daddy, as I knew him growing up in the 90s. And again, I've made it known I was not a Puff Daddy fan, right? So when we talk about Puff Daddy, in no way am I defending if Puff Daddy has done any wrong, which if you grew up in the 90s, I mean, we all who grew up in the 90s that were familiar with the East Coast, West Coast beef, Bad Boy and Death Row, Tupac and Biggie. There was a lot of stuff coming out on Puff Daddy back then. Tupac was saying a lot of things about Puff Daddy. One moment here. Let me make sure this is working. Okay, no, that's not working. Okay, so yeah, I made some changes and I'm just trying to remember the changes I made. So and let me show it again, right? Because I maybe with the changes I made y'all weren't able to see. Right. So let me do it again. So our topic of discussion this evening, biochemical terrorism against God's creation, for those who did not see the thumbnail. But we're going to do a recap on Jewish Freemason ritual abuse exposed, which we did 2 weeks ago on Patreon on Friday night. So if you missed it, you can go check that out on Patreon. Okay. But dealing with the everyday drama and saga of Sean Diddy Combs, again, back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, we all knew about or heard about the things going on with Puff Daddy. Tupac was calling Puff Daddy out on a lot of stuff that was going on, a lot of homosexual things being thrown out there. Right. So this isn't anything new for those who were around during that time to hear the stuff. So you would ask yourself, why for 30 plus years would Puff Daddy be allowed to operate in the way he operated in, only to now be brought before trial? So that's some things we got to really consider. But ultimately, the reason that we want to focus in on this is because this is not necessarily an attack on Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy is a scapegoat. He is a patsy. He's somebody that can be used for a deeper agenda. What deeper agenda is that? What you see here is a face of a black man. So ultimately what this is an attack on the black man, which the Bible identifies as the tribe of Judah, the king tribe. Right? Judah, thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemy. All right. So wherever society is excelling at, and here in America, you're not going to be able to have that without the black man being there to orchestrate or to actually facilitate a lot of that success through the blessing that was bestowed upon us by the Most High. So ultimately, that's what this is. This is an attack on black men. And again, we've had Puff Daddy. Before that, it was R. Kelly. And again, people knew for decades, R. Kelly. I mean, you had the sex tapes come out. We knew about all this stuff. And then why 20, 30 years later now is it a problem now after all this time? Okay. And we're dealing with the rituals. We're dealing with the Freemasons, the Freemasonry. So we don't know to what level any of the people involved, Puff Daddy, your R. Kellys, even your Bill Cosbys, within Freemasonry, that they actually exist and operate in. There's so much deception going on. And a lot of times these men are put in place as gatekeepers to gatekeep us and gatekeep our people and to taskmaster our people and steer our culture. Okay. And a lot of times they're given the fame and the money to be in that position, to be idolized, to do so. All right. So there's so many different layers of deception. And so, I don't like to focus on those things. What I like to focus on is more so the agenda. What is the ultimate agenda I take away from this? I take away the fact that as a black man, there's a continued attack on black men as the forefront face of evil and criminality. And this has an effect how society views black men, because we never get shown in a good light. There's only thing black men are monsters. We're evil. We're misogynists. We're abusers. We're thugs. We're criminals and prison inmates. Like, when do you ever see, if we're not jumping on a basketball court or tackling on a football field, like, when do you ever see us in somewhat of a good light? And it doesn't mean in the music industry where people look at us in a good light that's necessarily good, because a lot of music these days is not wholesome, right? So even though it's steering, the culture and how people love the hip hop, even this evil hip hop that's out right now. Okay. But still it's showing us in a certain light. And so that's not the image we want for ourselves. Now, the problem we have with this is because, okay, Puffy has a boss. Puffy has bosses. Puffy has masters. And when we started to take a look at the people that were behind Puff Daddy, like your Clive Davises, okay, and those CEOs and those presidents of these corporations and these music execs, these music these labels, music labels, and on and on and on. So there's some things that we started to notice with these particular individuals who are the masters over a guy like Puff Daddy. Well, first things first is, as you can see here with Clive Davis, who is said to have discovered and really put Puff Daddy in position in business, we see is that he's a homosexual. All right. For the past 25 years, before that, he said he's bisexual, but for the past 25 years, he's only dealt with men. When I question if that's, pretty much all he dealt with the whole time anyway. Of course, he would have a wife so he could have children and progeny. But that was just, in my opinion, for the sake of having children, not because he liked women. Okay. Because when we talk about the Freemason ritual abuse, and we went through it, is that there are rituals as you go through this. And another thing that we discovered is that Clive Davis and these corporate, these corporate men and sometimes women all were Jewish and had the Jewish persuasion. Okay. If they weren't Jewish, they had the Jewish persuasion. One moment here. Did not mean to do that. Jewish with the Jewish persuasion. One second. All right. So Clive Davis, Jewish, homosexual, put Puff Daddy on. Right now, I believe Bad Boy Records, which is the label that Puff Daddy had always been known to be his label, is now under Sony Entertainment, which that particular music line is ran and controlled by Clive Davis. Right before these accusations and charges all started mounting against Puff Daddy, Sony, which is Clive Davis, came in and snatched up Bad Boy. So now, while they're distancing themselves from Puff Daddy, they've now acquired his assets before the fall. Right before they started to come after him, Clive Davis acquired Bad Boy. Okay, so why are we not investigating these men who are dealing with inordinate affections, which we saw Puff Daddy is being accused of similar sexual abuse, man on man sexual abuse. And this sexual lifestyle that Clive Davis is mixed up in is abuse against his own body and abuse against the men who he's dealing with, their bodies, according to the Bible. But when we dive deep into Judaism and Freemasonry, we see that these are rituals. Right? They're groomed as children, and it becomes what is known as ritual abuse. We broke a lot of this down on our previous broadcast. I'm not going to go into all the definitions tonight for time. So go check that out to get the full breakdown on the ritual abuse, how it's even the government, the Justice Department, the government website has it labeled on their website that ritual abuse exists within satanic, pagan, and cults, satanic groups. And these are people looking to live out mythological, not mythological, but mythical experiences through children, all right, through the sexual deviancy through children. So when we come over here also, so we should be looking at these men in this industry who don't get talked about, like your Harvey Weinstein or Weinstein, however you want to say his name. Why are these people not being talked about? Why are there no documentaries being coming out on them for similar things, just like we have with Sam Altman, who's been giving a platform under current President Donald Trump for Project Stargate, where Sam Altman has been accused by his sister, as well as his family members accused by his sister of sexual abuse. Sam Altman, who's come out as gay, he's not hiding that, how deep his sodomy runs. But this is all grooming. What we see happening, and Sam Altman, who's also Jewish. When we look at the Babylonian Talmud, right? When we look at the Babylonian Talmud, this is all part of their religion, and it's justified under their religion. So it's nothing to see these accusations come out with the sister against sexual abuse by her brother and her other family members, and to see that she now is a sex worker. Okay. When you're dealing in this lifestyle and this culture, this is what this culture breeds. So Puff Daddy is only a manifestation of the grooming. If you want to come into this arena, this industry, and be a success, you must be groomed. You must be initiated and ritualized into the brotherhood. So this is not Puff Daddy's culture. This is Jewish culture, according to their books. Right? But yet the people whose culture and the ones who are the masters of it, there's no documentaries that come out. These cases are very hush hush. Okay. Chat GPT, Open AI, given these platforms to now bring in the technocracy and to be big influences on government and society and people in the direction of how our government and our political structures being set up on technology and artificial intelligence. Elon Musk saying that with AI, we're summoning the demons. So these people are dealing with demons. And because they're Esau, and it is Esau who is the end of the world, they're able to operate with impunity. Okay. They're able to operate with immunity. Okay. As if they're not doing anything wrong, but Puff Daddy is the all to end all with documentary after documentary coming out. As soon as the charges were brought up, all the documentaries were already ready to be released before, right, he was even in prison. So he's already been in the court of opinion found guilty before he even goes to court. And all this production is already in place. And how long does it take to put documentaries in place? You're talking about years and years of producing and writing and filming. But yet they have all this just coincidentally ready to go as soon as Puff Daddy's started to get some serious traction of controversy within the past year or two. It was already, the documentaries were already ready to go. It should be 2 or 3 years down the road that we should be seeing Puff Daddy documentaries, and the documentary shouldn't come out till after the verdict. Let's hear the verdict out to see whether or not this is even the case, to see whether or not this stuff is even true. But that's the level that when you're dealing with who we know as the synagogue of Satan. This is who you're playing. This is who you're in bed with. Okay. You want to play synagogue of Satan games, you win synagogue of Satan prizes. And speaking of synagogue of Satan, Christ said, I know the blasphemy of them who say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. It would only make sense for the synagogue of Satan, and who the Bible also identifies as the man of sin, where it says that the synagogue of Satan would be fake Jews, blasphemy of them that say they are Jews. So we should be able to go in our reality and look and see those who say that they're Jews and are affiliated with Satanism. Okay. And here it is, the founder of the Satanic Church just coincidentally happens to be Jewish. Now that should be case closed, close the book. We need to look no further to identify who the people are who are claiming to be Jews but are the synagogue of Satan. When we can see here, the Church of Satan was founded by Jewish born, not Jewish converted. He wasn't not a non-Jewish person and then converted into Judaism, later became Jewish. He was Jewish born. It's in his blood. Okay. Clive Davis, Jewish born, right? Homosexuality bred. So this is a running theme. Sam Altman, Jewish born, sodomite lifestyle, on and on and on and on. So it's very simple. It should be very simple. And I believe with this, where we are in time right now with all this anti-Semitism talk, a lot of Christians now are starting to wake up and realize that the people that they were supporting over in Israel are not the real Jews. Okay, the Bible says that man of sin must be exposed and revealed. So more than ever, Christians are waking up to who those who call themselves Jews really are. Okay, so we're just continuing to shed a light on this so that we understand who they are. Okay, we understand who they are and understand who we are, or we'll continue to, support those who put Puff Daddy in position in our communities, those who put these pastors up in our communities through the Catholic Church, right? Through rabbis. Those who put up certain Israelite groups under rabbis, studying under Judaism, to keep us astray from the knowledge of the real truth of the Bible. All right, those who are over our school systems, theologian seminary school, as well as the degrees that we get. And notice how when you go to college, you're getting a degree. So it's a beginning initiation into Freemasonry. Okay. Then the Freemason pastors, then what they learn from the Freemason schools come to set up churches, and they're looking to indoctrinate you into the beginnings of Freemasonry through the church. You go to your schools, it's a beginning indoctrination into Freemasonry. The reason why you have your fraternities, your sororities at universities, it's a beginning grooming into Freemasonry by the synagogue of Satan. All your schools set up by John D. Rockefeller. Your pharmacy set up by John D. Rockefeller. We're going to get into that here in a little bit. So this is a Freemasonic world, right? A world ran by the man of sin, the synagogue of Satan, who disguise themselves as Freemasons. And we're further identifying, and we're going to, and if they want to keep talking, if they're going to keep what they're doing about Puff Daddy, putting the black man's face as the face of all this evil, we're going to continue and not stop talking about this to where the evil is, where the root of the evil is coming from. Puffy is just a branch. If the things that said about him are true, he's just a branch. He's just a fruit from the root. Okay, he is just a fruit from the root. And we're going to get into some more of the synagogue of Satan. But real quick, let us go over here to Sam Altman, because not only do we have controversy here with the sexual deviancy, but then once this stuff starts to be found out, the corruption, the evil starts to get exposed, bodies start showing up, and people ended up missing or dead. So let's go over there now. We have a video here titled "Shocking of AI Advancement by China." So let's take a look at here. Someone asked, well, what does this have to do with AI? Well, remember we talked about we had our previous live streams about technocrats socially engineering society into destruction and the politics of living in a technocracy. And we talked about Sam Altman in his Chat GPT and his open AI. So when we talk about AI, we cannot talk about it without talking about the sexual ritual abuse. It's all connected, because this is grooming us and leading us towards a society of these Satanists, of enter their religion. Okay, so now let's take a look at this video here.
OpenAI, who died last month. It was held in Milpitas for 26. A vigil tonight for the whistleblower researcher of OpenAI, who died last month. It was held in Milpitas for 26-year-old Suchir Balaji. There are a lot of questions about his death. Balaji's parents hired a private investigator just yesterday. They don't believe their son would have died.
So you had a OpenAI whistleblower, an employee of Sam Altman, blowing the whistle that something's not right, something weird, something criminal and corrupt is happening over at Sam Altman's OpenAI. And he ends up dead after beginning to blow the whistle. And now his parents, his family is saying something about this isn't adding up. Something about this stinks as far as his death is concerned. And look, you see all his family, right? And see, when these things happen to us, it's crickets. And this is the unified front that Gentiles have whenever they have been wronged. There's a unified front, all right? And they're not going away until real demands get met for, in this case, answers. And they're not going nowhere. See, for us, it'll happen. We may complain about it for a little while, and then we go right back to business as usual. And it's like it never happened. But then it continues to keep happening. So just check out how the other nations operate. But let's keep going here.
Parents hired a private investigator just yesterday. They don't believe their son would have died by suicide.
Yeah, I was the last person to talk to him. He was happy mood. He's not depressed or anything. And it was his birthday week.
He made plans of going to CES in January. That was the last phone conversation he had with anyone. He went into his apartment, he never came out. There was no note left. And there is nobody else in the scene. That doesn't mean they can just come to conclusion. And we have seen the bloodshots in the bathroom, signs of fight in the bathroom.
Vigil organizers say they're...
So they saw signs of fight in the bathroom of the murder scene, that he was in a fight upon his death. There was no suicide note. He was a happy individual. He was beginning to blow the whistle on OpenAI. What did he know that they could not allow to be said about Sam Altman's OpenAI in a time where Sam Altman is being paraded in front of the whole world on the White House stage with Donald Trump about Operation Stargate? You see, they could not allow a whistle to be blown about one of their, main puppets to push this AI to start to get this exposure. Another reason why you're not hearing much about this case with his sister against him with the sexual abuse.
Honoring Balaji's bravery and raising awareness to corporate accountability in artificial intelligence.
Because you have some very surprising statistics that I think will probably, frankly, freak out some of the viewers.
So, yeah, first of all, the AI race and the AI war between U.S. and China, I think, is one of the most important issues of today. We took out...
So here you have a Chinaman speaking about the AI because they're looking to push the AI, and they can't afford for a bad light to come out because they're going to need this to eliminate jobs, to bring forth the mark of the beast system. All right. And so you can't have one of your main faces of AI getting caught up in being exposed and in criminal scenarios. So people end up unalived.
The art models.
And there was no evidence of foul play in its initial investigation. Still, his mother says there were things out of place in his apartment.
And the pen drive is missing. And then his computer was messed up. His desktop was left on for 3 days. It's messed up.
So it sounds like the drive that he had with the information that had possibly some incriminating information on it was missing. And his desk was messed up. All these signs of some type of struggle and acquisition of information that could have been damning to OpenAI, resulting in this man here dead.
Balaji started working as a researcher for OpenAI in 2020, and after resigning, he publicly claimed the company violated copyright laws while developing ChatGPT. His parents say he was called to be a...
He discovered that OpenAI, ChatGPT, violated copyright laws. Now that wouldn't be a characteristic or attribute of Jewish people as far as copyright, would it? No, certainly they're not the type of people that engage in copyright culture, right? Facetiously saying that because we know we refer to them as culture vultures, fake Jews, all right? Those who have hijacked the whole culture and heritage. Surprise, surprise that they're now caught up in some whistleblowing on copyright and stealing and saying something is theirs that don't belong to them. Like also things like maybe a land, right? Surprise, surprise.
He claimed the company violated copyright laws while developing ChatGPT. His parents say he was called to be a witness for a case against OpenAI 4 days before his death.
We've been talking all morning about Stargate and the debate happening on Twitter between Sam Altman and Elon Musk about whether they really have $100 billion or $500 billion. Satya Nadella was sitting in your chair just yesterday saying he's got $80 billion, his money's real. He took to Twitter. What do you make of all of this? You know all these players.
You know, so much is on Twitter anyway, so I'm not sure I have
or X, we should say.
Or yeah, yes. X. But I mean, I think one thing that is very real, regardless of sort of Stargate specifically as a program, is that the United States is going to need a huge amount of computational capacity and a huge amount of infrastructure.
So they can't afford for anything to get in the way of their Operation Stargate. Whistleblowers, estranged sisters coming out screaming sexual abuse. All the scandals coming out right now against these men, they can't afford for any type of bad pub. Okay. Any type of, bad public image. So what happens to people that come out to expose? They end up gone, unalive, disappeared.
Powerful AI systems that are able to use a computer just like you or I could and could use all the tools that a computer could and could basically be a remote worker in the most capable way.
Ahmed Banafa is an engineering professor and tech expert at San Jose State University.
They basically what they said that's not true, and they're going through the case and they're trying to prove that this is publicly available information. Another avenue that they went through is they start striking agreement with certain news agencies.
Romero says they're conducting an independent autopsy and have received support from Silicon Valley Congressman Ro Khanna, who posted this message on X about the case. I am heartbroken by your loss. Given your very serious concerns about foul play, I do believe that there should be a full and transparent investigation into the death by the FBI or appropriate agency.
Let them investigate and bring it out rather than be speculating something. We want the truth to come out. We'll report to authorities what could be the reason for his death.
They want the FBI to investigate, but little do they know who really runs the FBI. So you're running to the synagogue of Satan to investigate the synagogue of Satan. Good luck with getting any justice there. But I'm not saying that a person shouldn't, do what they're doing, but just setting the precedent of what to expect is going to come up out of all this. But why is there no documentary on this? Why is there no huge news coming out? Why is everything Puff Daddy? But when this, you notice how Sam Altman's name is not even being mentioned in this company, only the company name. Right? Sam Altman has disappeared. Why is his name not plastered all over this news report?
Now, about a month after Balaji's death, OpenAI released a statement on X saying, in part, "We were devastated to learn of this tragic news and have been in touch with Sashir's family to offer our full support during this difficult time. Our priority is to continue to do everything we can to assist them. We first became aware of his concerns when the New York Times published his comments, and we have no record of further interaction with him. We respect his and others' rights to share views freely." Now, Balaji's mother says she plans to meet with San Francisco's DA, and she also says she'd like to meet with the FBI or some other appropriate agency with the help of Congressman Khanna.
All right, so there's more there, but again, no documentary on Sam Altman and OpenAI and ChatGPT and what's going on there because they can't afford to have anything come out other than the peaches and cream, daisies and roses stories coming out about how great OpenAI and ChatGPT is. So you'll never see this stuff make front page news or mentioned at all. So now let us come back here. Who are we dealing with? We're dealing with the synagogue of Satan. So let's take a look. I want to look at some things when it comes to the synagogue of Satan. So let us first start with, we talked about a lot of people last live stream. I'm trying to remember who all we spoke about, but who I want to speak about now is Albert Pike. 33rd degree Freemason, of course, Jewish, Confederate general during the Civil War, right? Also said to be the founder of the Ku Klux Klan. And there's a letter that he wrote in 1871 about 3 world wars. We talked about the war with Iran heating up with the whole America, Iran, Trump back and forth rhetoric. When you take a look at the Third World War, there's a lot of things that stand out, but one of the things that we really want to focus in on here, dealing with the war part, it says here, the Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati between the political Zionists, which are your Jewish people, and the leaders of Islamic world, which are your Arabs and your Iranians, your Persians. Those are your Muslims. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. So what did we see start up in 2023? We saw what they claim to be a Palestinian Hamas attack by kidnapping Israelis, which started up this sweeping of the Palestinians off that land and destroying their society. All right, now that's prophecy. So it is prophetic that would happen, and for a reason that would happen. Okay, but understand, in 1871, 150 years before it happened, and this isn't finished, because it says they're going to mutually destroy each other. So you're going to have the Muslims and the Israelis fight to the death. And when we say Israelis, we're not talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. We're not talking about the leaders of Zionism. We're talking about people, citizens. Okay, the Jewish state, that particular state is going to be wiped off the map in this Islam Zionist war. And there's going to be a sacrifice, a burnt offering, the real burnt offering of 6 million Jews will be in this war. And we're already seeing the beginnings of that. All right. And Iran is going to bring the end of it. All right. The Zionists got it kicked off against Palestine, the Palestinians, which are Moab, in 2023, and the Persians will end it very, very soon. Now, it talks about how in the midst of all this, they're going to culturally demoralize society to bring people into a place to where they're physically, morally, spiritually, and economically exhausted. All right. This is a war of attrition. So if you're not fit to survive the war and endure it through attrition, right, you'll be absorbed. You'll be soaked up and ran over. So what then now will they be looking to do once people are totally demoralized to exhaustion through the economic collapse, through the societal and all the different ways of collapsing a society? What will they then bring forth? It says, then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, because they've given us pagan Christianity, so they're disillusioned. What are the disillusioned Christians going to do? Whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction. So if Christians haven't been given the true doctrine of Christ, when you snatch the pagan Christianity from them, right, they're going to fold because they have no root. They have no foundation. They're going to have no compass or direction. So now they're going to be looking for a compass and direction. What's the real truth then? If it comes out that I've been following Satan this whole time, or what I'm following is paganism, or it's not Christianity, then what is the truth? Well, here now they can come in with the solution. So this is Hegelian we're dealing with. They give you the problem, pagan Christianity, then they come through with the solution. Well, look at what Albert Pike said the solution is going to be. Anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer. So now, if you've been told you've been worshiping Lucifer this whole time through pagan Christianity, how much easier is it going to be to now accept his doctrine, right, along with the mark? How much easier? You've been celebrating Christmas this whole time anyway. You've been getting benefits from Satan this whole time anyway. And if you want to continue to keep getting those benefits, you're going to have to fall in line with this doctrine brought finally out in the public view. So now we're seeing it being brought out more and more in public view, but it's going to soon be brought out and made clear in public view and cannot no longer be subliminal or, you know, dropping some hints here and hints there, or TV shows or video games or movies here and there. It's going to be clear out in public view. Then what? This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity, not just the Christians, and atheism. So even the atheists who have been driven into not believing this God because of the pagan Christianity, because of all the religion, they've now become non-believers because they haven't been taught the truth. So now they don't believe God exists at all. They don't understand the world. So they must say there can't be a God for the world to be like how it is, all this evil and killing and all that. So this is part of the plan. They're going to herd you in these different herds. You got the pagan Christian herd for the Christians. You got the atheism herd for the atheists. Both conquered and exterminated at the same time. So this has been their goal for many, many centuries. The Freemasons, the Illuminati, is the extermination of Christianity brought into the pure doctrine of Lucifer, which is the religion of reason, the religion of man's reasoning over God's sound, clear-cut understanding from the Bible. It's man knows better than what God has put before us, which is the New Age. The New Age religion, the New Age movement, and this is why this letter is titled "The Illuminati Plan for 3 World Wars," because Adam Weishaupt, who is said to be the founder of the Bavarian Illuminati, spoke about in his journals how their plan was to destroy Christianity and bring in this new religion, the reasoning of man. So what do we have here? We have another Jewish man, a man who says he's Jewish, but over and over again speaks about the doctrine of Lucifer. So let's look at some of these Albert Pike quotes. Albert Pike said to be one of the, if not the greatest Freemason in the history of modern Freemasonry, but the father of 19th century or the 1800s Freemasonry. He said to be the father. Let's take a look at some of his quotes. So he has a quote here on Masonry. What does he say? Masonry, like all the religions, all the mystery, conceals its secret from all except the adepts and sages or the elect. So when you join in the Freemasonry, you're thinking you're coming in there to get knowledge, but those secrets are concealed, except you be an adept, a sage, or the elect, meaning you have to be the higher degrees. So in the meanwhile, you're just a useful idiot within Freemasonry being used and deceived and to do their bidding because you've sworn an oath to do it. And you don't ask any questions because that's part of the grooming in the initiations, is that you do it for the brotherhood, whether you realize or understand it or not. You don't ask any questions. So you can be now used. It says, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled. So they're even telling you that your lower degrees of Freemasons are useful idiots, that you deserve to be misled, and that we're going to use false explanations and misinterpretations of Freemasonic understanding, doctrine, symbols to mislead you. So when you're a puff daddy and you want to be a rock star, have a record label, have endorsements, all the things that they've given to Puff Daddy, understand being initiated into Freemasonry, understand what is happening here to those who want to be in that. Okay, again, you play Synagogue of Satan games, you win Synagogue of Satan prizes. Let's keep going here. And not only that, but if they told Puff Daddy to play this whole thing out, to deceive people, we're going to deceive people and make them believe, and he's in on it, he'd be all for it because he's for the brotherhood. Now, in some instances, you have those who do develop consciences within this. There's a lot of things about Martin Luther King and his Freemasonic initiations, and that he at one point decided, hey, I'm not with this no more. And he got unalived. Okay. So there are those who grow a conscience. But for a lot of people, they're so deep in it, they're being totally controlled by demons and spirits. They're reprobate and they're gone mentally and spiritually. They don't have control. They don't have control of their bodies. They don't even so much MK Ultra and mind control and hypnosis. All these things being used to control some drugs. We haven't even got into the drugs they use. Look at Kanye West, and he's even come out and talked about the drugs and how he's in a fight. All right, he's in a fight. So we pray for our brothers who are in this and our sisters who are in Eastern Star. But understand, you get in this, you may not make it out alive or make it out intact. What else did Albert Pike say? He said the blue degrees are but the outer court or portico of the temple. The blue degrees are the lower levels of Freemasonry. So that's the outer court, not the inner court, the outer. You're on the outside. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. So again, you're in there thinking you understand, right? Their job is to manipulate and deceive you. And when you look at the man of sin and everything that's defined in Thessalonians, when Paul speaks about the man of sin, this is all what he says he would do is put you in a strong delusion. This is that strong delusion. You believe that what they're teaching you is 100% truth, but it's some truth mixed with a lot of deception. So you can be used. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. And this can be found in his book, Morals and Dogma. So this is his words in his own book. This is no secret. Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Again, we give you the information, so therefore you can't say it's our opinion or we're just making stuff up. We take their words and we'll let you be the judge of what they're saying. But don't come at us saying that we're conspiracy theorists or we're crazy and all this other stuff. Right? So we give you their information, what they say, and then you have to make a decision on what you believe is really being said here. I believe the proof is in the pudding. So what else do we have from Albert Pike? Let's get some more quotes here. Right? I believe this is an Albert Pike quote. So we also have in Morals and Dogma another quote by Albert Pike. And again, if Christ said the synagogue of Satan does lie, you do lie. What else would you expect than them lying to blue degrees and the outer court of Freemasonry, the lesser members? What would you expect other than lies coming from those who blaspheme and say they are Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan, the man of sin, right? Who was there and when Paul said, take heed that no man deceive you. These are telltale signs of who you're dealing with. So Albert Pike quote out of Morals and Dogma, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness, Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light? And with its splendors intolerable, blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls, doubt it not. So who we would call the spirit of darkness, he's asking, is he not the one who actually bears the light? You call him the spirit of darkness, but I believe he carries the light. He's the son of the morning. Doubt it not. That's why he said strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Why would you call him spirit of darkness? That's strange and mysterious. No, he's the son of the morning and the light bearer. So again, what else would you expect from Jewish and Freemasons? These high level top wizards within Freemasonry and sorcerers. What else do we have here? That might be it on our Albert Pike quotes, but we have more quotes. Now let's talk about Manly P. Hall, who was another man who was said to be the greatest Freemason of the modern era, if not the greatest Freemason, the father of 20th century or the 1900s Freemasonry. What did he have to say in his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry? About Freemasonry. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onward and upward, he must prove his ability to properly apply energy. So one thing we're seeing with these so-called top fathers of Freemasonry, I mean, not necessarily so-called, but these top Freemasons, is they have an infatuation with Lucifer. They love talking about him, and not in a bad light. That when you come into Masonry and learn the mystery of the craft, you now are getting the power, the seething energies of Lucifer. That's what's being given to you. So there is power, right, through Satan, but it's a lesser power. It's the power of this world, which is limited against the power of the heavens and the heavenly realm. So what happens is, as a Freemason, you come in and start to gain power. You start to gain knowledge. You start to gain prominence and success and benefits. And you equate that as, well, you must be doing something good. But you're gaining corruption, right? You're gaining perverted wisdom and knowledge, perverted energy. And so they're not hiding what's going on here. But this is not something that they're just going to come out and outright tell you to your face. But they'll put it in a book and see if you can be not only researched enough to find it, but then when you find it, understand it. Because you have some people that'll read this and they'll just totally dismiss it like nothing to see here. Jewish. Manly P. Hall, of course, Jewish. More out of the synagogue of Satan. What do we have? So we talked about the, let me see if you have any other quotes here from, okay, this is the same quote. So we don't want to get that again. Eliphaz Levi, who changed his name to a son of Esau. And he is the illustrator of the modern day representation of the Baphomet. What is his quote here? It says, "What is more absurd and more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil? That is to personified evil. The intellectual Lucifer is the spirit of intelligence and love. It is the paraclete. It is the Holy Spirit, while the physical Lucifer is the great agent of universal magnetism." Again, Jewish, and he gave you the modern day representation of the Baphomet image that we see, trying to convince you that the devil is good. Lucifer and the devil should not be correlated to being the same being or to evil. And that Lucifer is actually a spirit of intelligence, love, and he actually is the Holy Spirit. And the physical Lucifer is the great agent of universal magnetism. And magnetism is basically bringing everybody together under what? A new world order. Interpreting that for you brothers and sisters out there. The universal magnetism is bringing the whole world together under Lucifer. He's the great agent to look to do this. He did it under the Tower of Babel, and he's looking to do it today under the modern Tower of Babel, which is them getting the AI ready to bring everybody under the AI. The demon, the beast. All right, through the system, the infrastructure, and then the mark. So now let's see if we have any other quotes here. And again, so now it should be totally obvious who the synagogue of Satan is. They're not hiding themselves. The scripture says that he must be revealed. So here we have another Albert Pike quote. It says, yes, Lucifer is God. And unfortunately, Adonai is also God. Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. So he's making a reference here. And notice how Lucifer is little g, and Adonai, which means God Almighty, or Adonai, is capital God, right? But Lucifer is good. He's the God of light, the God of good. And he's struggling for humanity against Adonai, which is the Most High God. And he calls the Most High God the God of darkness and evil. So it's vice versa. So when you're dealing with Freemasonry, vice versa. That's why you got your Baphomet, as above, so below. Vice versa. Perverting those, and the Bible warns us about this in Isaiah 5:20. Those that would put good for evil and evil for good, sweet for bitter and bitter for sweet. Okay. So again, if you know these things, why would anybody in their right mind want to get initiated into Freemasonry, knowing that this is the core doctrine of Freemasonry? And it more so validates Albert Pike's letter, for those that said this letter wasn't real, when he talked about bringing in the Third World War, when they bring a societal collapse and demoralize all society, they're about to destroy Christianity, destroy atheism, and bring mankind into the pure doctrine of Lucifer. You're already being groomed into it now. All right. The demoralization is the grooming phase. Right. Alice A. Bailey said that it's the externalization of the hierarchy time now. 2025 will be the first stage of the externalization of the hierarchy. Before that would be the age of the forerunner, where they would demoralize you, indoctrinate you, and program you to now accept the spirit rulers of this world as they start to reveal them. And I believe a big part of them revealing that is through all this UFO talk. And for those who've seen Childhood's End, they actually show this in the TV series Childhood's End. Now, speaking about this pure doctrine of Lucifer, where the Illuminati said that they would get rid of Christianity and bring in the religion of man's reasoning of man. So let's take a look here at something. We have, what do we have here? We have your 6-pointed star. We know with a 6-pointed star, you have 6 points. And 6 is the number of man. Head, arms, legs, private. So we have man, 6 points, 6 triangles, man, and we have 6 sides, or your hexagram. Inside the hexagon, inside the hexagram. 6 sides. So you have 666, or man, and who has fully embraced and taken on this image as their own? Not only Judaism and the Jewish Zionist state of Israel, okay, but you also have who? Let me pull it up here. You also have who has also and adopted this 6-pointed star? Your Freemasons. Here we are inside a Freemasonic lodge, and what do you see here up at the top? Your 6-pointed stars, which is your square and compass of Freemasonry, with the triangles or the cap or the bottom of the triangles completed. All right. So it is the mark of a man. Number 6, the synagogue of Satan's logo. All right. So the Bible speaks about these things so that when we see it, we can clearly identify it in our reality and know exactly who we're dealing with here. All right. There should be no mystery on this. For a time, it may have been a mystery of iniquity, but now it is revealed. So now let's go back to a couple other last things here before we move over to some breakdown on some news. We have, let me find it here. Let's deal with this right here. Another big thing is we had Aleister Crowley, who called himself the Beast, and he did a ritual called the Babylon Working, where he was said to be the one by the spirit demon Lamb, was told him that he would bring in the Aeon of Horus, also known as the Age of Aquarius. Basically, in a nutshell, it would be women liberation, sexual liberation by women. So right around the time of your 60s and 70s, what did you have? You had the hippie movement, you had your feminist arise, you had your sexual liberation freedom movement. It started then, and now we can look today to see what is the aftermath of this satanic movement. And we have a collage here, a meme picture image. Every single aspect of feminism is Jewish. So we have your 6-pointed star, which is the masculine, and we have your 5-pointed star, which is your feminine part of Satanism, the androgyny, mixing of the two. That's why when you go to Eastern Stars, they cannot be Freemasons. Women must join Eastern Star. So you have the 5-pointed star, which is the feminine. So what else do you have under this, which is spawned into today? Me Too, the Me Too movement. My body, my choice. I'm with her. And why is every single aspect of feminism Jewish? Well, when you look at all the people involved, they happen to be Jewish. Gloria Steinem and her cohorts. I'm not going to name all the names, but it has information here on all these women and their roles. And you take a look at all these women. Do you see what persuasion do you see here? Or should I say, what persuasion do you not see? You don't see black, but yet why is feminism attributed to being a black woman cause? See, while we were marching for civil rights, these feminists were running, counter to our civil rights movement, gaining power and starting to begin to indoctrinate black women through the civil rights, that they had civil rights too and didn't need their men, that they were independent, that they deserved sexual liberation. All these poisonous ideals, which then eventually led to the destruction of the black community and family that we see today. Started by Zionist Jewish women. And even to this day, they're working in the background while we are in the forefront as the face. So when it says, Judah, thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemy, it means that the enemy shall be the head and you shall be the neck, and you will hold the head up. Okay, you are going to hold the head, and they're going to keep a close watch and a close control over your tribe. And then by controlling your black leaders, you then control the black community. So you then have idols like Puff Daddy, your pastors, TD Jakes. Notice how he's attached to this whole Puff Daddy saga as well, because there's no longer any use for them. America's being closed down for business. All right. So these guys have no more value. They've served their purpose. And so whether they get rid of the man, Sean Combs altogether, or they just get rid of the character Puff Daddy, and Sean Combs lived to see another day on Epstein Island, while they destroy the character Puff Daddy or Diddy. Okay. Same with TD Jakes. right? They were gatekeepers, taskmasters to control our people in the culture and the way that the direction they needed to lead our people into. Now we're heading over a cliff into destruction, and now it's time to get rid of them. If not entirely, at least the character and the image of them. All right, as we start to shift into this new technocrat AI, new economical world and society. All right, so let me make sure I'm not missing anything else here real quick before we continue. Don't want to get ahead of myself. I believe we covered everything before we now shift to some news, and then we're going to get into our main topic of discussion for this evening. All right. So, yes, we are. I believe we're good. So, let's take a look at some current news. Big news that's in the news the past couple of weeks. Starting April 2nd, you had, let me pull that up too. You had something called Liberation Day. All right, let me pull this up for you all to see it. We had Liberation Day, where Donald Trump on April 2nd announced sweeping new tariffs. And what we were told is that these new tariffs would promote U.S. manufacturing, risking, right? It would promote U.S. manufacturing. This is what it's all supposed to be for. That this is going to make America great again by doing this, right? Make Americans rich. This is what we're being told. But here on AP News, it talks about risking inflation and trade wars. So here it is. Even the mainstream media is telling us there's a risk factor here that we really need to focus in on when it comes to all this. There's a lot of hype, but nobody's really focusing in on what all this really means. So we're gonna deal with that tonight before we go into our main topic, and it shouldn't take that long. And then we're going right into our main topic to close out our live stream today. So what do we have here? Of zero heads. Now that we've seen these new tariffs come in, we're hearing about a market panic. Everybody now is in economic and financial panic because of these tariffs. So now we're seeing emergency 401k early withdrawals rise above historical norms. We're monitoring carefully. So now we're seeing a panic of people now looking to do something different when it comes to their finances. In this case, people who have 401ks, they're seeing this as a sign. Let me go ahead and take my money out of my 401k, right? And this is historical. All right. This is more historical than any time where 401ks are being withdrawn. So it says here, financial emergencies have driven more Americans to tap into their 401k accounts, a trend already underway before President Trump took office. So before Trump got in office, there was already a trend. Well, now that he's in office, what are we seeing? Right? We're now seeing an historical withdrawal happening. Much of the financial misery stems from the inflation storm sparked by the Biden-Harris regime. And we're going to deal with this here in a moment. We're just dealing with what's happening now. We're going to come back to this. I didn't even know this is in this article. I haven't even read this article yet. Okay, I hadn't even read this article. But we're going to come back to the Biden-Harris so we can understand what's really going on. for those who ultimately we should know what's going on, but just to kind of give a little bit of clarity to the big picture here. Now, the surge in early 401k withdrawals has drawn the attention of the nation's second largest retirement plan provider. All right, now there's a lot of information here. I'm not going to go into all of it. Again, you all get these links and you're going to be able to go through all the information. I'm just hitting some tidbits here. People are getting out. They're retiring early, getting their 401ks. All right. Getting off grid. You have others leaving the country. A lot of moving going on right now. While we're being told that these Trump tariffs are a good thing. This is going to make America great again. What else do we have going on other than these so-called Make America Great Again trade tariffs? It says, in spite of claiming to cut government spending, Trump announces $1 trillion defense budget. What is defense budget, you may ask? So Trump ran on this whole premise that he was going to cut government spending and that Doge with Elon Musk, they were going to crack down on the government spending. Well, what's up with this $1 trillion defense budget now? It says so much for the Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge's efforts to cut government spending. It looks like the Trump administration will instead take any savings and apply it to war efforts, increasing the defense budget to $1 trillion. So we're seeing a shift happening. We're being told one thing, but when you follow the money, this is money. And not sure if you all can see this. Okay. Yeah, y'all can see this, but my screen keeps freezing. Rumble freezes sometimes, but we're seeing it follow the money. You see a big shift into war. Not that America wasn't already spending lots and lots of money on war, but now it's increasing. The chips are now, all the chips are being pushed in on the table for war. While they're telling us they're going to cut government spending, they're doing this. This is what Trump ran on. He said he was going to be the peace president. He was going to end wars. Another lie. All right. Another lie. But what else is new dealing with the American government? From one president to the next, from the very beginning, it's one big lie. Trump announced a massive spending budget during a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House on Monday. We're a very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong because you have a lot of bad forces out there now. Trump said nobody's seen anything like it. So we have a lot of bad forces out there, but we only see America's military getting bigger and getting into more countries. We don't see any other country operating like this when it comes to military, but America. But yet there's a lot of bad forces out there right now. Right? See, as long as they get you to believe in the boogeyman, you're going to be all supportive of them expanding military and going into more countries. Ultimately, we know this is against Iran. Okay? This is for the final wars in the war against Iran. Okay, so we have this happening with we have the tariffs that are coming in, inflation, trade wars. We have people taking their 401ks out, retiring, getting out of the workforce. We have military increased spending, more money being spent. Who's going to pay for all this? Well, this is going to come out of our pockets. You brothers and sisters, this money is coming out of your pockets, which means is that you're going to have to pay more money for this war, for these wars, or for this military. Okay, so don't fall for the hype that they're about to make America great again with better manufacturing. There's something happening. There's something at play here that's happening that a There are more and more people starting to call it out, but you still have those that are in the delusion. What else do we have? So with that, what does that mean? Trump sweeping tariffs set to hit consumers hard, from iPhones to automobiles. So people think these tariffs are a good thing. It's going to allow Americans to manufacture. It's going to allow things to be made more in America, prices to be better. But let me ask you, brothers and sisters, a question. When it comes to American, let me ask, when it comes to the goods Americans buy, where do majority of the goods come from? Are those goods made in America? That Americans buy the majority? And if they're not majority bought here or made here in America, where are they coming from? Is there any place in particular where these goods are coming from? And again, I have not read this article. This is just me thinking common sense when I started seeing all this. Like, this is clear what this means, especially when you know their plans. When you know their plans, when you know the Bible, you can read, you can see these things and you know what it means. You don't get caught up in the politics. So, President Donald Trump has introduced aggressive tariffs, including a universal 10% tax on all imports and additional reciprocal tariffs targeting over 60 trade partners, with China facing the highest at 34%. So, in the chat, brothers and sisters, I see people saying China. Majority of the goods Americans buy come from China. And I would probably say it might be somewhere like around 80%, maybe. I'm not sure the number, but it's high. So if you put tariffs on China to ship goods to America, which means they have to pay a tax, right? And so that means now they have to pay money out of their business to ship stuff here. What is going to happen to the prices of those goods that they ship here? Are those prices going to stay the same? Are they going to pay and take a loss and pay more money to get the goods here, but then not raise the price of the goods they're sending over? And not just China, but what about all the other countries? Are they just going to say, you know what? Americans are such good people. They've bought our products for so long. We'll take the business loss and eat that, and we'll continue to ship the goods over at the same price. That is bad business. Nobody in their right mind would do that, at least in this business market. When we're talking about countries and business, nobody in their right mind and company would do that, because for the sake of your company, so that you can continue to be a company, you're going to have to raise your prices. So what does that mean for Americans? What that means for you now, and it's not even, people think electronics. A lot of food is shipped from China. What I'm researching and finding out is a lot of our food that we think is, produced here is actually coming from China. So that means your grocery store prices are going to go up. Your when you go to your store to buy commodities and things that you need, it's going to go up. Everything is going to go up now because of these tariffs. I don't know if everybody is understanding when you bring tariffs, what's actually happening here. Okay, this is not going to make America great again. It's going to do the contrary. It says these measures aim to boost U.S. industry, but will raise prices on everyday goods. Economists warn the tariffs could cost U.S. households an average of $3,800 annually, drive inflation to 1980s levels, and disproportionately affect lower income families. New tariffs, 34% on China, 46% on Vietnam, threaten global supply chains, but experts doubt U.S. textile jobs will return. So they're telling us these jobs are going to return. But what happens if they don't? Because we have the replacements here, and we have the AI and the robots here. So even if these jobs pop up, will you or I get those jobs, or will they go to an alien? And when I say alien, I don't just mean from another country. I'm talking about an alien from another world. your AI and robots. So we have to really understand and see, when you don't understand the economy and you're just listening to words, you'll fall for it and think, oh, this is a good thing. You get all behind it and cheer for it. So there's more here, a lot more. But I think we get the gist of what the blowback is for doing such an act. It's being told and sold to us to be one thing when it's actually something else. So then the news comes out that says Trump pauses reciprocal tariffs for 90 days on every nation. So he's giving every nation 90 days except China. Again, majority of the goods come from China. So if anything, it should be paused on China, and nowhere else should have the pause if you're going to sustain an economy. Because you can be best guaranteed China will raise their prices on their goods, which will now affect you. Everything is going to be dependent upon the other. So just because you may not buy a certain good, the fact that it's gone up is going to impact something else that you get. So everything is now going to go up, not just the goods that come from China, but everything now, the whole, not just American economy, but definitely first and foremost America, but the whole global economy is going to be affected by this. Now, where did we see this before? We saw this not too long ago. Let me come back here to the article we read. The first article we read on this, and it mentioned about the financial misery stemming from the inflation storm sparked by the Biden-Harris regime. So let's go back to that time. Biden became president, what was that, 2021? Right? The COVID lockdown had happened. It was right around that time. And then Biden came in. What caused the inflation under Biden? Let's take a look. Biden, let's hear Biden's explanation. This is in 2022. Biden suggests Putin and Russia's war in Ukraine is responsible for soaring inflation in new report. So Biden was blaming Russia. The reason for soaring inflation at that time was because of Russia and Putin and their war in Ukraine. But was it really, or was it just a catalyst to help cause inflation? Was it a spark that then gave reason to do something that would then really cause the inflation? Let's take a look here. What do we have on pentoday.edu? How sanctions on Russia and the invasion of Ukraine affect the U.S. economy. So what happened was, again, Hegelian, the problem was, they said the Russian invasion, which happened way back in 2014 under Obama. All of a sudden now, Biden becomes president and he wants to slap sanctions on Russia over Ukraine. And now it talks about the effect this would have on the U.S. economy back in 2022. So it says, blow it up for you all here. Although a world away, American citizens are feeling the punishing effects of the global economic sanctions against Russia. Do y'all remember when these sanctions got put on Russia, all the prices soared? Gas prices, your food prices, everything went up. It says inflation has continued to soar in the last month, according to federal data released in February. In the past few months, prices for fuel, food, rent, and other goods surged due to pandemic, labor shortages, and supply chain bottlenecks. So it wasn't just these sanctions. We were already in a surging inflation because we were coming out of a lockdown. When everything locked down, remember how many businesses went out of business, a lot of small businesses. While the big companies, Walmart, Amazon, right, all your Jewish oligarchs became increased their billions while the mom and pops and the small businesses went out. There were labor and supply chain shortages and bottlenecks. So now once the supply chain got started back up, as things started to open back up, everything was on backlog. I mean, there was a high degree of demand and a low supply. So the supply demand, right, equation was way off balance. No supply, but a lot of demand, which is going to drive prices, which is going to drive economic turmoil, right? Consumer pain for not getting the things that consumers would need. So that started it. Then it came with the Russian sanctions. Let's see what else we have here. Even prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, the data over the last 2 months heightened concerns about rising inflation. Analysts are warning that Russia's invasion of Ukraine will likely drive costs even higher. So it wasn't this so-called war, and I'm going to call it a so-called war, between Russia and Ukraine. Because when I look at Ukraine, I don't see any war happening there. I see people partying, and listen, their society looks, it looks like they've been given billions of dollars. I'll just say that. Okay. But they want us to believe that there's a war happening there. And these sanctions then came because of this so-called invasion. You see how the Hegelian works? Because there's a problem, we must now bring the solution. What's the solution to Russia's invasion? Sanctions. So they started sanctioning what? Russia exports. Ukraine couldn't ship stuff out. And Ukraine is supposed to be the belt, the grain belt of Europe. And a lot of the world, like 70% of like grain and fertilizer came out of like Ukraine and Russia. So what happens when you slap sanctions on Russia because of this invasion? It doesn't hurt Russia as a whole, but it hurts the consumers because now your prices go up. And now when you go to spend, you're spending more and getting less. All right. That's how it works. And then when you go to the store, there's a demand and no supply, because now who's going to now fill the void? Because those goods that used to come from Russia are now banned, or those goods that used to come from Ukraine aren't coming because Ukraine's, under attack. So they can't send anything out. Notice how convenient this was, coming right off the heels of a pandemic. So what we're starting to see is prices continuing to rise here. This was back under the lockdown and Biden. So it talks about this crisis affecting inflation in the U.S. in the coming months. It talks about COVID-19 has had a great influence on America's spending habits. Right? So even during the lockdown, people were spending different now. Again, baby boomers getting out of the workforce and getting their 401ks. Supply chain issues, a factor in rising prices. So all this was being said then, and see, we may have forgot about this, that this happened. Me, I have a very good memory. So these things happen, and I file them away and I remember them, so I can always come back to them. If not, all you'll be focusing in on is what's happening with Trump and these tariffs. And you won't remember where we started with all this, where all this started. Where did all this start? Right? So then with this, let's come back now. Now that we see this happening under Biden, because with Trump, he has the tariffs. With Biden, he had the sanctions. So as soon as both presidents got in office, what was the first thing that they immediately did? Biden immediately slapped sanctions on Russia, causing inflation. As soon as Trump gets in office, what does he immediately do? Slap tariffs on the whole world, mainly China, to cause inflation. They're just two different ways to cause inflation, but the same result, to continue rising the inflation. They couldn't do a Russia sanction again under Trump. That's too obvious. They had to do something different. So we'll do tariffs. But who suffers in all this? You and I. Okay? You and I are the sufferers in these sanctions and these tariffs. And this is what we have to really identify in all this, which is what's going on here. Or we'll get lost up in the politics. So now, where does that leave us? Devaluing the US dollar. How to make America poorer again. How to make America poorer again. This is the recipe. And when you look at Donald Trump's history, and he's an actor, so in no way is he given credit, or should be given credit, but in the eyes of the world and Americans, he will be given credit. Okay, we know he's an actor. Okay, but all throughout his career, he's always been known for bad business, bankruptcies. Okay, so where will this lead? Well, right now we have to look no further to see that the value of the dollar is devaluing, and America is becoming more and more poor. Okay. America is becoming more and more poor. Now, this is talking about the Mar-a-Lago Accord. It says, in recent days, we have read numerous articles about a possible agreement between the U.S. administration and its main trading partners to devalue the U.S. dollar. Mar-a-Lago Accord, a concept inspired by the Plaza Accord of 1985, which aimed to devalue the U.S. dollar to address trade imbalances, that plan failed. So then it goes into these tariffs and how they're looking to bring these tariffs on all these countries. But it doesn't hurt these governments, because when these governments collect that tariff money, where's that money going? Do you think when they collect that tariff money or that sanction money or anything that they get from what they do you think you or I get to see any of that money? None of that money's coming to us. It's going to government. And we see what government is doing with money. And that's not a news flash. Like, they think this whole Doge thing and, government corruption. Like, did we just now find out American government is corrupt? Like, is this a news flash? Like, news flash, American government's corrupt. Look at what they're doing over here. Look what Elon Musk, the maker of the Neuralink, soon to be the mark of the beast. Look what he found. He found corruption in American government. Donald Trump's here to fix that. Right? That's why Christ said, take heed lest any man deceive you. In the end. See? When you believe in the false left-right paradigm, you get caught up in the politics and you believe the back and forth. You get in a place where you're trying to make sense of the politics and you're trying to get this politician over here and then you're trying to focus on this one over here, when what we're doing is we're looking at both sides. We're looking at the left, the radical left, liberals, Biden, Kamala, as well as Trump, the radical right, so-called conservatives. And newsflash, family, Trump is not conservative. In the Larry King interview, he told you, when Larry King asked the question, would you be Republican or Democrat? Are you more liberal or conservative? And he said, I'm both, but I tend to be more liberal on social issues. He said that back in the 90s. All right. So nothing about Trump says conservative. He put a liberal costume on. Same with RFK Jr., which we're going to get to him here in a moment. RFK Jr., who was Democrat, right, all his life. Then he, jumped over to be Republican under Trump. He's a liberal, putting on a conservative costume. So we're looking at the actions, not the words, not the exterior of what they would want us to believe, but what is actually going on? What's the root and what are they telling us with their actions? Right? And calling out both sides, because they're two wings of the same devil, two wings of the same demon. So the same way we're not going to let the liberals get away with it, we're not going to let these so-called conservatives get away with it. That's the trap. Okay? That's the trap. And so we're looking at this plan, which is only going to make America poor again, which surprise, surprise, lines right up with Bible prophecy when it talks about Babylon. So again, if we know Bible prophecy, we know how this story ends. We can't get caught up. If we know Bible prophecy, then it won't allow us to get caught up in the hype. Obviously, what they're telling us can't be what they're actually doing or what they're actually going to do, because the Bible doesn't say that's how it's going to play out. Right? So what is this? Right? What is this? What is this? What's going on here? Let's take a look. Let us take a look. It says this may not be what they were originally anticipating, but a reset of the global economy is definitely here. Over the past few years, there has been a tremendous amount of buzz about an imminent reset of the global economy. Well, what we are currently witnessing may not look like what they were anticipating, but a reset of the global economy is definitely here. Trillions of dollars were invested to set up the global supply chains that we have today. I have always argued that we should have never allowed ourselves to become so dependent on goods that are made elsewhere. And this is a big thing I was thinking about. Haven't read this article. I was saying it's interesting how they set up a system where we would be so dependent upon Chinese goods and foreign goods, exports. And then only later to then at the end bring all these tariffs on all these countries that we export from, which would then destroy us. You see how they conveniently created this dependency upon Chinese goods and foreign goods, which Revelation 18 talks about the merchants are wax rich through her delicacies. So America has made the whole world rich through our overconsumption and spending and our consumerism. And they made this system like this. So at the very end, they could then slap these tariffs on these countries, which would then allow them to snatch the economic rug from under our feet and destroy us financially. America is the world reserve currency. So you destroy the dollar, all currencies fall. The whole global economic system collapses like dominoes, which would then bring forth what? Right? Well, they got everybody with this huge push towards AI so they can race to get the infrastructure in place. So when everything collapses, when they take the system, the economic system off of life support, that's what it's on. Go back to 2008 under Obama with the housing crisis, how they bailed everything out in 2008 because they weren't ready for the system to collapse then. So they put it on life support. We'll put it on life support until we're ready to pull the plug. They're not ready to pull the plug, but they're close. At any moment, they can pull the plug and say, you know what, it's over. And they'll have the perfect narrative to explain, oh, well, China did this. Well, Trump did this. Well, Biden did this. All the while, we're all being played. By who? Freemasons. Right? By Freemasons. So this is the sign of a reset. It started under the lockdown. From there, what happened? Biden put in Russia sanctions. Inflation went up. It continued to go up. Then Trump comes in. He slaps tariffs on. He's slapping tariffs on. Everybody's losing their minds. Things are going crazy in the economy. Were we not told about this? The World Economic Forum told us about this in 2020. Matter of fact, they wrote a book about it and had it published, produced, printed, ready to roll out right when COVID-19 lockdown happened. Coincidentally, another, publication, another thing that takes many, many years to produce, a book, just so coincidentally happens to be ready when a lockdown happens. All right. And not only that is it ready, but look at the name, COVID-19, the Great Reset. So they told you that it had nothing to do with a disease. This had to do with a great reset. Now let's take a look here.
Hello from the World Economic Forum in Geneva. My name is Adrian Monk. Delighted to welcome you to this launch briefing for a new book from the forum, COVID-19, The Great Reset. I'm joined here in our studios in Geneva by the authors, Thierry Malloret, a former Forum colleague, and by Professor Klaus Schwab, who is the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, and also by my colleague Sadia Zahidi, who leads the economic and societal work here in Geneva. Before we hear from each of them, I want to turn over a couple of rules of housekeeping for the briefing. If you have questions, please use the Q&A function on Zoom, and we'll try and move your question up. We'd love to hear from you in person. So if we work with our team behind the scenes, we can make sure that you can put your question live. If you have already put a question in, we'll turn to you very shortly. In the meantime, I want to start the briefing by hearing from Klaus. And Klaus, perhaps you can introduce the book, its themes, and tell us what the objectives are for the Great Reset.
Satan Schwab, big part of the WEF in this book. He's going to tell us all about the Great Reset. So let's hear from the horse's mouth here on what this is all about.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you, Adrian. Let's first look at the impact COVID-19 probably has. We don't know yet the final outcome of this pandemics.
Probably has. They don't know yet, but yet they have a book ready as soon as the lockdown happens called The Great Reset. But probably they don't really know. But we put the book out anyway, and somehow we were able to know in advance to have the book ready.
So there's a lot of uncertainty, but we know already that it will have a changing effect, changing on economies, societies.
They know it's going to have an effect, changes on societies and economies. They know that, right? He just went from probably to what, but now he knows. So this is programming, telling you what's coming, getting you conditioned to accept it. This is the new normal. This is the new reality, the new world, brave new world.
It's not just to be compared with the economic crisis which we had to pass through 10 years ago. The effect will be much similar to World War, and actually all countries in the world are affected. So if we look at the impact, of course, we first see the impact on global economic growth, even in the most optimistic.
So I thought this was about a disease. Nothing about the disease. He opens up talking all about the global economy and the impact this is going to have on the global economy. Right? What happened to COVID-19? This is right in the height at the beginning of it. See, this had nothing to do with a disease. This all had to do with the global economy. We got more.
We are at a turning point of humankind. We should not.
And this is now a turning point of humankind. As soon as it all happened, listen to the language and what they're saying. This was all planned out. And this was the real plan the whole time. This is what it was all about the whole time. They had to use a boogeyman to get you to accept it, embrace it, and sinisterly enough, be all for it. Be all for all the solutions that came with this new age of mankind.
Underestimate the historical significance of the situation we are in.
Welcome to The Great Reset, a podcast from the World Economic Forum that looks at how we can rebuild a cleaner, fairer, smarter world.
Now all of a sudden we need to look how to rebuild a cleaner, smarter, fairer world all of a sudden through COVID-19. Nothing about the disease, everything about rebuilding and making everything better and different. You see that? Y'all seeing this?
After COVID-19, this week, Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of the Forum, published a book which asks this big question.
What is the objective? What kind of world do we want to build?
What is the objective? What kind of world do we want to build? Not how do we fight this disease? This disease is on a rampage. Haven't mentioned disease one time, other than in the book, followed by the Great Reset.
Pandemic has highlighted our fraught relationship with the natural world. A new report looks at how working with, rather than against nature, we could make economic growth cleaner and greener and create millions of desperately needed jobs.
Right. So let's keep going here. So we talked about the false left-right paradigm, Biden and Trump. So let's first deal with Joe Biden. Did Joe Biden ever meet with Klaus Schwab? Let's take a look here. What do we have in front of you all here? Here we have Joe Biden at a World Economic Forum event, as you can see in the background. This is a younger Biden. Let's hear what's being said here in this speech.
Pleased to see you back here in Davos, because I remember before you assumed your position as Vice President of the United States, you came here as a senator, you came here as the chairman of the foreign.
So the first thing we must recognize, he said, nice to see you back. So this isn't Biden's first time here. When he was senator, he was there in Davos at the World Economic Forum meeting. This is 2016. All right. I just want y'all to see this. Let's keep going here.
Relations Committee of the Senate. And I have to say, in my memory, you were one of the most engaged and hardest working participants here at the annual meeting. I watched you in the morning up to midnight sometimes, one engagement after the other one. And also to our discussion, which we had at dinner 2 days ago. The fourth industrial revolution has one big challenge. It is the holding out of the middle class.
Hold up. He said, what did he just say? The fourth industrial revolution is what?
The fourth industrial revolution has one big challenge.
The fourth industrial revolution has one big challenge. What is that, Satan Schwab?
It is the holding out of the middle class.
It is the holding out of the middle class. Holding out the middle class. So here we have Klaus Schwab, Jewish, talking about holding out the middle class. Translation, this is the complete destruction of the middle class. This is the Great Reset, New World Order. And what did Biden do? He did his part. He did so many things. This is one thing he did. He put sanctions on Russia, lockstep with this agenda of holding out the middle class. But Biden isn't alone. Who else met with Klaus Schwab? We had Democrats and liberals meet under Biden. We also have Republicans and conservatives meet under Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump have to say about Klaus Schwab, his organization, and his ideas? Let's see.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job.
We've had a tremendous success. And this gentleman, as you know, he has done a great job. Klaus Schwab is doing a great job.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this World Economic Forum, this wasn't the first time Trump said this. He said it another time, almost the exact same words at another World Economic Forum meeting. And what did Trump do? He came in and slapped tariffs on everybody to raise prices, matching the same agenda of his predecessor, Joe Biden. Not just that, he also said he would cut government spending, but then put in $1 trillion towards military and the defense budget. Right? So what we're seeing here are all these people working together to bring forth the Great Reset, which is what? Holding out of the middle class under the Fourth Industrial Revolution, another code name for what they're doing. The Fourth Industrial Revolution, Great Reset, New World Order, Brave New World. All these concepts are interchangeable. They're all interchangeable. We have more. Here is a documentary now. And we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll let you brothers and sisters, we're going to give you the link to this whole video here. But this video is breaking down the Great Reset and what's really going on here. So we're going to watch a little bit of it here. Let's check it out.
In July 2020, Klaus Schwab, director of the World Economic Forum, publishes the book The Great Reset. In it, we are presented with the current COVID-19 crisis as a great opportunity to reset all aspects of our society. Thus, we are presented with a new world, built, defined, and imposed by a very small elite.
And the trick is to do it openly, to do it publicly.
Los acontecimientos internacionales no suceden por casualidad. Están todos interconectados y planificados para que suceda. No aparecen pandemias que se predicen.
If we start now, we can be ready for the next epidemic.
Aparecen pandemias que se planifican para conseguir objetivos.
It's a very pertinent question to ask, how do we build back better?
We remember the terrible damage of COVID as we try to build back from this global pandemic.
Build back better.
Build it back better.
Build back better.
To build back better.
Build back better.
Build back better.
Build back better.
To build back.
All these personalities that you see there, saying the same thing, have a common denominator.
And reset.
Most belong to or have attended Bilderberg meetings.
It is imperative that we reimagine, rebuild, redesign, reinvigorate and rebalance our world.
But what is Bilderberg?
So the Bilderberg is like a casting event for people to get into public positions. So before you become the prime minister of a country or a chancellor of Germany or something like this, or getting into a high position, they want to know, will this person follow more or less their nicely presented orders or not?
Since 1954, the date of its foundation, Bilderberg meetings are conferences that bring together influential people from around the world. Country leaders, media owners, bankers, shareholders of big pharmaceuticals, owners of big tech, members of royalty, as well as representatives of supranational organizations, such as the World Health Organization or NATO. As you can see, many also belong to the new fashion club, the World Economic Forum, or the Davos Forum.
Our global shapers, where are you?
Led by the ideologue of the Great Reset, Klaus Schwab.
Strong component of the forum community.
That the non-reporting of these events is anything other than a conspiracy between the organisers and the media. It merely confirms the belief of many that the hidden agenda and purpose of the Bilderberg Group is to bring about undemocratic world government.
En el año 54 se celebra la primera reunión Bilderberg y en el acta se recoge que van a crear un nuevo orden mundial.
So in the minutes, which is the recorded conversation in the first Bilderberg meeting in 1954, what did the minutes state their objective was?
En el 54 se celebra la primera reunión Bilderberg y en el acta se
in their dialogue in this meeting, they stated that they are going to create a new world order. That's what this is happening. Their job is to give you smoke and mirrors, misdirection, politics, so that you stay forever confused of what's really happening here. When all you have to do is study their playbook, study their own words, study their white papers, study the Bible, and you know exactly how this movie ends and what's going on, and you don't get caught up in any of the tricks, the snares. All right?
que van a crear un nuevo orden mundial.
The existence of a plan to establish a new world order is undeniable.
A new world. About some of the wise men who helped shape the new world order.
There's a need for a new world order.
Because those who advocate it have publicly stated their intentions on numerous occasions.
Now, isn't it interesting, family, how on numerous occasions they said that they're looking to create a new world order, but the minute you repeat what they said and said that that's what they said, they call you a conspiracy theorist. That's how you know, right? You're on the right track of exposure. When they call you a conspiracy theorist, whenever you point out their words, and you said that, I'm just telling you what you said. So please explain to me what that means, right? Explain to me what a new world order, and tell us. Well, they have explained and are telling us what it means, and they're showing us. They're not just telling us, but they're actually showing us. Look at your reality. Look at how society is moving and what direction it's going in.
Piensen por un momento que un mundo multipolar, sin instrumentos de gobierno mundial, es algo muy arriesgado.
The relationship between COVID-19 and the Great Reset is that they needed some type of method to control the public, to coerce them and manipulate them and get them to fall into line. And so they used a fear tactic. And that fear tactic was this illusion of the COVID-19. And so it's just a tool that they were using to try to create fear in people. And a lot of people bought into it.
Now here is the doctor here, Buttar. And he's no longer living. You know, may the Most High rest his soul. But he came out and started talking about a lot of what was going on during this time. And he went from looking healthy to being all shriveled up and had said that the government had attacked him with something. He doesn't know what it is, some type of biological agent. And within a matter of months, he was dead. He went from being healthy, you know, talking about this stuff to just, you know, shriveling up and dying. It was sad to see and hear. So if anybody who's not familiar, you can go check out his story. But he started coming out, speaking against the vaccines and what was going on. And then all of a sudden, he was a shell of himself and was dead.
It's a tool that they were using to try to create fear in people. And a lot of people bought into it.
A lot of people bought into it. I remember when it happened, I was telling everybody, this can't be real. I don't believe any of this is real. The disease is real.
Create fear in people, and a lot of people bought into it.
See, everybody had to wear masks, mandates for testing and shots. You see, controlling people, conditioning people, getting them prepped for the Great Reset in body, mind, and spirit.
Now, cases are on the rise again.
2 countries in the Northeast were kind of
coronavirus bate su propio récord de contagiados en un solo día.
Y hay preocupación en Europa.
Los medios de comunicación han creado un psicoescenario a través de imágenes que han sido sugestionadas, que han sido lanzadas como bombas.
And how do you create a psycho scenario? The first and most important tool are the PCR tests.
And so then it's going to go into the whole scam known as the PCR test, which we're going to conclude with that, and you all will get the link and you can watch this on your own time. But again, we just want to lay it out for brothers and sisters so you understand what time it is and what's really going on here, so you don't get caught up in the deception. All right. Well, now we're going to shift, and hopefully we can close this out in about an hour. Let us now shift to the topic of discussion. The title for our live stream today: Biochemical Terrorism. What better place to start? Biochemical terrorism against God's creation. Right? We can pick up now with the video we just watched. We saw the PCR tests. We know that the COVID shots also came into play. All right? We're going to talk about a lot of the things happening in our reality now that is dealing with this biochemical terrorism, because that's exactly what it is. It's terrorism. It's terror against God's creation by the authoritarian rulers that rule over us. Let me find this video. Let me pull it up here. Give me one moment.
Car, it's the...
And actually, before we get to the video, let's deal with an article here. And when I want to give a, well, actually, before we even deal with the article, I got two sisters I want to shout out. Let me pull up this image here. Two sisters I want to shout out. And for those who have caught our past live streams, that these will connect to what we're going to discuss this evening. Project Skybeam, warfare from the skies, as well as Geostorm, geoengineering the collapse of civilization, and the climate change deception are all going to tie into the biochemical terrorism against God's creation. Now, in our last live stream we did on Patreon a couple Friday nights ago, we did Jewish Freemason Ritual Abuse Exposed. A sister left a comment on that video, and I just happened to catch it. And I don't know if this is the sister's name. It looks like it's in Spanish. But she said, let me make sure this is showing. Yeah. She said, Shabbat Shalom, Elder Ramar. I deeply enjoy this broadcast. It hit me straight in my spirit. And it's crazy that you said that you came sick from Florida. I am a native New Yorker, been living in this Hellville state for 3.5 years. So this sister is from New York, and I would love to hear the sister call in. If you're listening, I'd love for you to call in and speak about this tonight at the conclusion of all this. But she's been living in Florida, which she calls Hellville, for 3.5 years. And I can't wait to get out of here. I was sick for 6 months, And it's because they throw a lot of chemtrails in the state. A lot of Floridians are lining up to fight against this. It came out recently, but I'm glad that you're back home. A lot of people fantasize about Florida, but it's not what it seems. I'm going back to my beautiful New York State soon. All praises to the Most High. So this was 2 weeks ago. Whenever I just happened to catch this comment, and I'm so glad I did, because this sets the stage for what we're going to discuss tonight. So no sooner than that, another sister sent me a article. I want to, give that sister a shout out for sending me this article on Natural News. Chemtrails unveiled. How the CIA and big business. No, this isn't it. I got the wrong article. Excuse me. Let me get the right one. This one is another. We're going to deal with this probably next week, right? We're going to deal with this one next week. Sorry about that. Let me find the right one. No sooner than I read that comment, a couple days later, another sister sent me an article which blew me away when I seen it. I was like, whoa. Here it is. It says exclusive. This is on Natural News. Exclusive microscopic analysis suggests unknown biological contaminants falling from the sky. This was April 2nd. Now, you wouldn't believe where this analysis, where these biological, unknown biological contaminants are falling, where this analysis was taken from, where these were falling from the sky. It says researchers found, let me find it here, microscopic web-like structures, egg-like diploid particles, and multicellular clusters in Florida air samples, suggesting engineered or biological contaminants. So it seems like the more and more I talk to people about their time at Passover in Florida, I'm finding out more and more people got sick while they were there. Then when I seen this, I'm like, wow, this explains it. This is what they're pulling out of the air through samples in Florida right now. And then the comment that the sister left 2 weeks ago, because we had mentioned some health things in that live stream. And then just this week, there was a news report. It says bioweapons over America. U.S. geoengineering caught raining mysterious objects over U.S. This is by Redacted. Let me pull this video up so we can check out this report here.
/redacted. Well, something strange continues to plaster our skies across America. Last week, RFK Jr.'s former running mate, Nicole Shanahan, she was on our show, but she also posted this on X. Based on what I'm seeing and hearing from whistleblowers, there's a very real possibility that the biggest contributor to our atmospheric pollution isn't your fireplace or your car. It's the lingering effect of geoengineering and stratospheric projects. These programs appear to be pumping far more into our skies than anything coming from a modern fuel-injected engine or even today's coal-burning plants, which can run in highly advanced filtration systems.
So what we're seeing here is they're talking about climate change. They're telling us climate change. But people are starting to, through the research and the analysis, see that with these geoengineering and stratospheric projects, there's way more damaging effects happening from that than anything that could come from our cars, driving them around, these planes, and them flying around to take us from one place to the next. Not that, that fuel burning isn't harmful to the environment or to the air and all that. But it's far more poisonous stuff coming from the geoengineering, the cloud seeding projects, all these different things that they're doing. They've admitted to these projects, but they want to talk about climate change, and that, you know, not that is even real, right? But there's no comparison here. But let's continue with this report.
That's right. We have coal scrubbers, right, that clean all of this. And then over the past few days, bizarre objects have been falling from the Florida skies. Mike Adams over at Natural News has been running tests on these objects for months now. Aerosolized bioweapons, he asks. Strange diploid biomasses falling out of the sky in Florida and captured under the microscope. What the hell is this? Dane Wigington is the lead researcher and administrator for the website geoengineeringwatch.org. He's the executive producer for the groundbreaking film. I encourage you to go to see it. It's the climate engineering documentary called The Dimming. Go check it out. Dane has devoted the last 20 years of his life to constant research on this issue of covert global climate engineering, and he joins us now. Dane, good to have you back here on Redacted. We are thrilled with your expertise on this. I think there's a lot more awareness now starting to surface from at least maybe politicians, maybe the media, maybe starting to pay attention to this. I don't know, but it seems like we're making some headway. And then we hear this story out of Florida with these weird, biomass modules here. What do you make of this sort of aerosolized bioweapon that we could be seeing in Florida?
We shouldn't expect otherwise, Clayton, Natalie. Again, thank you both for your voice and your attention toward the skies. But this is business as usual for governments going back many, many decades. We know as far back as 1977, according to the Washington Post. Even up to that point, there had been no less than 239 open-air biological tests conducted by the U.S. military against innocent, unknowing civilians. So this is business as usual.
What?
In any given location and with any given event, we can't know exactly what's being dispersing. There's nothing to stop them from dispersing anything they want. We do know, based on hundreds of lab tests, many of those taken working with University of Minnesota and many from geoengineeringwatch.org in California, that we have polymer fibers and graphene in our precipitation. Both of those elements are named in climate engineering patents, but they are also used as biological carrier platforms in biological warfare to carry a pathogen from the clouds to the ground. So why would we think this isn't going on? Certainly, we have more dots to connect with that as well. We have Italian researchers that identified CV19 attached to airborne particulates. We have the second most recognized climate engineer in the world, Dr. Ken Caldeira, who stated on the record, we own an audio of him stating it, that one of his jobs for the DoD was to design methods of spraying pathogens into clouds to infect the populations below. So there's too many puzzle pieces that connect here.
So Mike Adams posted this just a short time ago, kind of an update on this story. He says, I have disturbing update on the barium fallout from chemtrails and the weird fog events. In our mass spec lab using ICP-MS analysis, we're seeing barium-137 at estimated levels exceeding 150 parts per million. And we are now acquiring external standards to run a full quant test on this element in the near future. Is barium-137, which means it's an atomic mass of 137. The isotope of barium is known to be largely created by the beta decay of cesium-137, which is a highly radioactive death powder that's used in dirty bombs and is one of the byproducts of nuclear detonations.
Here's where the equation becomes much more complicated. It appears, based on one published study at least, that coal fly ash may be being used as a base material for the ongoing aerosol spraying operations. And I want to make that clear. These are sprayed payload dispersions because there seems to be a pushback effort now, even by some organizations that are close to this administration, trying to change the narrative that this is just jet exhaust. We're way past that point. We have long since proven this is absolutely not jet exhaust. We're not seeing just condensation trails in the sky. We have up-close film footage of these aircraft at altitude, KC-10s, KC-135s, C-17 Globemasters, nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. So this effort to regurgitate the official denial of what we see in our skies as being just jet exhaust is even being adopted and pushed by some heads of organizations that are close to the administration, and that's very disturbing for us. For the record, I spoke to Robert Kennedy about 5 weeks ago. He contacted me through this organization that has now changed their narrative to Jet Exhaust. And the conclusion of my conversation with Robert, who wanted my opinion as to what would be the biggest first step we could take to resolve this issue in our skies, and certainly anybody in the administration should know this already, but we need carved in stone whistleblower protection that's well publicized, and we would have a stampede of people stepping forward. Because as I told Robert, I've had a NOAA scientist, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, state to my face, quote, "We all know this is going on. We have no First Amendment protection. We don't know what to do. We have an illegal federal gag order on all National Weather Service and NOAA employees. First step might be to lift that gag order instead of firing these people, and maybe the firings of them will create enough anger where they will stand together and stand up."
So check this out. We're going to deal with RFK here in a moment, RFK Jr. But notice how this man that's speaking here said that when he was speaking to RFK, he said the first thing that we must do is protect whistleblowers because there's a gag order on anybody who would come out and speak truth about these chemtrails. And so we saw the whistleblower earlier from OpenAI end up unalived in his house for being a whistleblower at what's going on at OpenAI. Well, the same thing or something similar could happen to somebody who is in the know about these chemtrails. But because there's a gag order, if they come out and say something, right, they could seriously, lose their job. Harm could come to them. They could lose their life. So nobody's saying anything. So what happens is this whole chemtrail agenda remains a conspiracy theory because there's not really any declassified things out there that really completely blow it out of the water as far as being in existence. There are other things we can point to, but not something that's concrete, solid. The government's doing this. But notice how there's a gag order for anybody to speak about chemtrails that would be in position to maybe shed some light on what's really happening with these trails in our skies.
And tell the truth while it can still make a difference, because Maha anything, Clayton and Natalie, Maha anything means nothing, zero, unless or until the ongoing atmospheric spraying operations of 40 to 60 million tons of highly toxic nanoparticles annually. Until that stop, Maha anything means nothing.
So Maha, make America healthy again. We're going to deal with that too. Make America healthy again. This man here, Dane Wigington, said that Maha means nothing if you're spraying 60, however many tons of this atmospheric poison in our skies. If you don't deal with that, then the whole Maha, whatever you're doing, we're going to take some food dye out of some ingredients, means nothing to do all that. So they're giving us bones, or we're going to take some food dye and we're going to give companies 2 years to get rid of the dyes, artificial dyes in foods. Not that they shouldn't do that, but there are way more sinister demons, poisons working here than some food dyes in our food, right? We would be much better off having the food dyes in our ingredients because we can avoid those, but you can't avoid breathing the air. So that's one of the first things that has to be fixed is what's coming and falling from our skies. Terrorism and warfare.
And the coal fly ash does contain the same elements that Mike found in his tests, including the barium, the cesium, and many other elements. So it's quite a plethora of toxic elements that we're sucking in with every breath. It needs to be dealt with or we're done.
Yeah.
How devastating are these particles for Americans? You talk about
humans,
or
animals.
But flying over our skies every day, our audience right now, I'm just seeing so many people in our chat room are saying they see it every day. And some days they refuse to go outside because they know that it affects their health. They feel it affecting their health. Seeking Truth says, I'm sick of being poisoned. I'm sick of it. So many of our viewers are saying they're absolutely sick and tired of this. What exactly are these chemicals doing to the human body and the soil?
It's an endless list of downstream cascading consequences to our health, neurological, degenerative diseases. And again, I want to stress these particles are dispersions. We will post soon at geoengineeringwatch.org my discussion with a top microbiologist from Rensselaer Polytechnic University in New York, world-renowned lab. Their conclusion, based on analyzation of tests that geoengineeringwatch.org took at altitude from a very expensive and hard to acquire private jet and a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab, and their determination at Rensselaer Polytechnic, these are manufactured particles, period. And again, coal fly ash is a base material. So the list of toxic materials is extremely long, and this is imperative to point out. All these materials, aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese, even the elements Mike found, barium, cesium, there's many more on top of that, but they're all toxic by themselves. When you combine them, you get synergistic toxicity, and that can push the overall toxicity through the roof.
So one thing we need to highlight is one of these chemicals is bad enough, but they're combining them, which gives them synergy to work together to cause more harm. We're going to deal with that synergy later. When you combine elements to get the synergy effects, in this case for the bad.
So in the case of mercury, which we all have in us now, and every person that we've tested at Geoengineering Watch, hair, blood, urine, packed with all of these metals, we know from peer-reviewed study, when you combine aluminum, which most know is toxic, it's toxic to all life forms, period, no exceptions, and you combine that with mercury, the overall toxicity escalates as much as 10,000%. That's 100 times worse. It's a wonder any of us are walking and talking at this point. It's being uptaken in everything, our food, our water. And so let's use the
So when you combine mercury with aluminum, the effects become 100 times worse than mercury by itself. So the synergy effect of mercury and aluminum working together, and that's just two things. There's many substances and some unidentified being found in the analysis of what's coming out the sky.
bees, for an example. Natalie, Clayton, have you seen the recent published studies on the bees? They are virtually collapsing this year. Have you seen that?
Not the most recent studies, no. We actually had bees for quite a while in our own beehives until some massive Asian hornets came and killed them all. But no, we haven't seen the most recent studies on this. Can you enlighten us?
I'll wrap this into our health. So this year, we're told the bee collapse was somewhere in the range of 65%. But what they don't tell you, that's 65% of the 20% that was remaining. We've already lost about 80% of all insects, terrestrial and aquatic. So now we're down to single-digit percentages of the bee populations left. That's extremely ominous by itself.
We're down to 10% of the bee population left. So it's not just us, mankind, animals, insects, the plant life, it's all under attack. The soil from the spraying. And what happens, family, when there's no more bees? Right? When the bees are gone, what does that spell for us? Now, we'll let them answer that here.
But we have peer-reviewed study, and your listeners can look this up. I encourage them to do so. Bees, aluminum. We have peer-reviewed study to prove, aside from all the other factors affecting bees, farm chemicals, frequency transmissions, which are also part of climate engineering, by the way. But we have peer-reviewed study in the case of aluminum to prove that the bees are dying of massive aluminum exposure, so much so that they're exhibiting symptoms that resemble Alzheimer's and dementia in a human being. They can't even find their way back to the hive. Why is that not headline news everywhere? Every single rain test we've taken to geoengineeringwatch.org contains copious quantities of aluminum. And this is nanoparticle form, if you will.
So the bees are being found through testing to have nanoparticle aluminum in them. And they're exhibiting signs of dementia and Alzheimer's to where they can't find their way back to their hives. So if it's doing that to the bees, what is it doing to us? To our health?
So the smaller the particle, and you can fit up to 100,000 nanoparticles across the width of a single human hair, the smaller the particle, the more toxic it is, the more lethal it is, the more bioavailable, the more bioaccumulative. It is absolutely positively in every breath we take at this point. How is that not a fight for life? And back to Maha, again, how can Maha anything mean anything unless or until these programs are stopped.
What happens if the bees disappear? The bees are almost gone. First of all, what's the motivation to kill them off? Is it depopulation? Is that the agenda here? Depopulation? I know it's a lot of people in the chat room saying right now this is about depopulation, but what happens when the bees go? We all go?
Well, according to Einstein, yes, we would have only a few years after that point. And we're losing all the pollinators, not just the bees. In regard to the agendas, that is a very complex question, and the answer is complex as well. And we have too many people grabbing for this or that conclusion to that. It's many, many things. So are those in power trying to depopulate? I think that's clear at this point. They've all talked about it for decades, and they certainly have done from multi-directions, from the injections to countless releases of pathogens. Are we not to think there's hundreds of biolabs around the globe that are engineering exactly the kind of pathogens that we're seeing? Are we to think that they're not being released? Of course they are. So again, we have that aspect, and certainly populations are becoming a rapidly increasing liability to those in power, especially in the U.S. where the population is heavily armed. Again, we're not just expendable, we're a rapidly increasing liability. But in regard to the destruction of the planet's life support systems itself, which almost no one is focused on, economic anything, sanction anything, all that is just a result of collapsing ecosystems around the globe, and now not enough to go around. And that needs to be the focus. The environment has historically provided 75% of all global GDP for free, no more. And when you don't have a functional environment, you no longer have civilization, and soon you won't have the human race or anything else on the planet. And geoengineering is the single most destructive factor, not the only factor. Again, we've laid waste to the planet in countless ways, but climate engineering has disabled the planet's life support systems. The planet cannot respond with this climate engineering straitjacket. So this is being used as a weapon of war. Natalie and Clayton, we see agricultural regions systematically targeted with flash freeze, flash drought, flash flood. But these operations are highly toxic, so it's killing root systems. Natalie and Clayton, have you seen how many trees are tipping over every time the wind blows?
Well, I just literally today, there's a video that went viral in Pennsylvania near my old stomping grounds, and a woman was just sitting there in traffic, and a massive tree just fell right over on her car and smashed her car.
Exactly. So this is, again, we see no.
So not just the bees, but also the trees. Everything is collapsing and dying. We have the spraying. We have the 5G, the Wi-Fi, your smart meters, all this radiation. So all this stuff in the air is breaking down the world into decay, right? And killing everything off slowly but surely.
No decomposition in the forest anymore. There is no forest smell in the forest anymore. Zero, nothing. Because not only are the root systems being poisoned, we have peer-reviewed studies to prove that bioavailable aluminum causes root systems to shut down nutrient uptake. They die a slow, protracted death. Beetles are simply a symptom of a sick, dead, dying tree. But we also have the stomata. That's the respiratory ports on everything from crops to forests. They're shutting, because climate engineering is destroying the ozone layer, without which we all die, and we are perilously close to functional collapse. You can feel how hot the sun is on you, and it's not hairspray cans, Clayton and Natalie, it's climate engineering. These other factors are real, but they're a very small portion of what's occurring. Climate engineering, by far the biggest source of ozone destruction. So the intense UV, the toxic rain, the dead soils, dying root systems, and forests shutting their stomata so they don't breathe, they don't absorb CO2, they don't release oxygen. By the way, atmospheric oxygen content also plummeting now. So again, geoengineeringwatch.org is focused on what's happening in our skies because it's weather, chemical, and biological warfare from which we cannot escape anywhere. If we don't deal with it, we're done. That simple.
Dana, I'll get you out of here on this. This story kind of made the rounds maybe last week when we learned about what the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was doing, as well as other philanthropists and billionaires, about the global seed program. So it turns out that they are heavily involved in the seed programs, particularly those focused on developing climate-resistant crops and helping small farmers in developing countries. And they have these seed banks where they have funded them. These sort of, I guess they're like Monsanto and other resilient seeds that are being held by these billionaires that we don't have access to. What the hell's that about?
You're completely correct. And let's add this to the list. aluminum resistant crops. How about that? Why would we need that? Because again, we're talking about tens of millions of tons of toxic aluminum nanoparticles. Why would they use aluminum? I asked the world's most recognized geoengineer on film, on the record, at an international geoengineering conference. This is all shown in the Deming documentary. After he proposed dumping tens of millions of tons of toxic new aluminum and nanoparticles into the atmosphere annually, my question to him was, have any toxicological studies been done at all, human and or environmental? His answer in the end, no. Could terrible things happen tomorrow? We don't know. What kind of an answer is that from the world's most recognized geoengineer, Dr. David Keith? And again, if that's the attitude with scientists, they clearly don't care about the consequences of anything they do. And we're about to reap the repercussions from that. And again, no matter what other causes or concerns people have, and there are many valid ones, I don't deny that. If we don't deal with this, all of those other causes and concerns will very soon become moot. So again, our message to the current administration and RFK and HHS and MAHA, if we don't deal with climate engineering, nothing else matters, including the whole MAHA everything. Doesn't matter if we don't deal with this.
Well said, man. We've got people like Nicole Shanahan paying attention and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talking to you on the phone. These are all positive signs moving us hopefully in the right direction. I think there seems to be an awakening.
I hope that's true. I hope that's because Robert knew about this since 2012 when Woody Harrelson briefed him in depth. I knew about that when it happened, when Woody told him. I knew about that. And nothing happened, zero.
And nothing's going to happen. Nothing wrong with hoping for the best, but we read the Bible, okay? We read the Bible. It's only going to get worse, and we're going to go into the information on it here in a moment.
For 12 years until Robert was asked by some important people to interview me. They called me as well and told me that interview was going to happen. So I hope there's a lot more initiative taken than what's already been taken because we don't have much time left.
Yeah, I agree. Well, now he's in power. He's been there for about 30 days. So let's hope that there's some action taken immediately during this Trump administration. I hope so. Fingers crossed. I'm hopeful. I'm a hopeful kind of person. So I will continue to pray in that regard. Dane, great to see you.
All right. So let's pull back up the report and take a look at the report again.
Charge.
Okay. Let me pull it up. There's actually two articles here I want to look at. We had the first one. Exclusive microscopic analysis suggests unknown biological contaminants falling from the sky. Right? And then when we go to the next day, article was produced. Aerosolized bioweapons, strange diploid biomasses falling out of the sky in Florida, captured under the microscope. Okay. So here's what some of these things look like. Two eggs together under the microscope. Diploid egg-like structures. So she had collected these samples over a period of approximately 6 months, talking about Dr. Jane Ruby, near West Palm Beach, Florida. I didn't think much of it at first. Although I agreed to look at the sample under a powerful digital microscope, I didn't expect to see much other than dust and dirt particles. I also agreed to run it through ICP-MS analysis in my food science lab to test the concentrations of aluminum and heavy metals, and didn't expect to find much there either. Boy, was I wrong on both counts. So it says these samples showed a multitude of strange biological structures, things that resemble tiny eggs. We all know eggs hatch, right? Bacterial colonies, fungal structures, algal features, and more. We know bacteria and funguses grow. So here's zoomed in photos of these structures that were found under the microscope. And there are seemingly millions of these structures. We don't know yet what they are, but they frequently appear in a diploid format with connecting center structures or side structures. Okay, so they're connected with different things that connect them. Right here you have a connecting on the top and bottom, it seems like, to connect these two together. So they did find dust particles and things typically found in nature as well. But you also seen bacterial colonies growing on the surface of the plastic. It says this also collected fallout from a recent fog event. Remember, we talked about the biofog, and in their weapon as a force multiplier, where they, in their own Navy documents, Air Force documents, said that they, in the 90s, planned to control the weather by 2025. And one of the things they talked about was nanotech in fog as a weapon. And this fog in Florida was said to cause a lot of people to get sick. Okay. Let me see here. So finding high levels of toxic metals, including ridiculous levels of aluminum falling out the sky, saying that what these results are showing is truly disturbing. Saying this is smoking gun laboratory evidence that insane things are falling out of the skies in Florida and sickening people. And we know some of this stuff is incredibly toxic with heavy metals and toxic elements. And this investigation has just begun. So what Mike Adams says is what he's seeing with these lab results points towards a deliberate mass poisoning of the American people on a grand scale. In case you're skeptical that the U.S. government might ever engage in such experiments on the American people, check out the answer from Enoch, our new AI engine that will soon be launched free to the public at Brighteon AI. So it says Enoch is intensely trained on toxic contamination and the history of U.S. government experiments on human subjects. Here's what Enoch has to say about the timeline of known biological experiments conducted on U.S. civilians, prisoners, and soldiers. Hey, you don't need to go no further than to ask the American Indians, indigenous peoples of the Americas, as well as Tuskegee experiment to know Americans have been experimented on. You know, primarily those of so-called minority classification. So here's the Tuskegee syphilis study. Cancer experiments in 1931. 1935 experiments. Malaria experiments in the 40s. Mustard gas experiments in 42. Radioactive injections in 47. LSD experiments. Radiation experiments. Bacteriological warfare tests. On and on and on. All these tests. I mean, look at all these tests these are just the known tests where the government has experimented on Americans with the biochemical warfare. Okay, let's go back to this article here. See if there's anything different than what we read earlier. It says a link to unexplained illnesses. This discovery fuels longstanding suspicions about chemtrails or clandestine atmospheric spraying programs. Dr. Ruby noted that Florida appears heavily targeted with frequent unnatural fog events coinciding with respiratory complaints among residents. Remember, this came out after this sister's comment, how she was sick for 6 months in Florida, and how a lot of Floridians are lining up and protesting the heavy spraying happening in Florida right now. Okay, so this is crazy how this is all lining up with a on the ground testimony. Let's see. It says if these are pathogenic or toxic, they could be entering lungs or bloodstreams undetected, triggering chronic illnesses. 6 months being sick is a chronic illness. So you're starting to see these upper respiratory situations become chronic, where you get them and you don't get rid of them. They become chronic. Okay. And with something like eggs, looking like egg-like things, okay, is something hatching? I don't know. I'm not saying it is. Is something hatching out of these eggs that could be causing the chronic issues? So also, this is the point I wanted to bring up, but I'm glad it's here in this article. They drew parallel to prior investigations, such as Dr. Jane Ruby's work on vaccine contaminants and Adams' research into graphene oxide in medical injections. So what they're seeing is that there's a very similar nature with what they're discovering under the microscope, with what they're seeing falling from the sky, as well as what was put in the COVID shots and other vaccines. Very similar. So again, if you don't take the vaccine, they're saying, okay, well, everybody has to breathe. So we can continue to see the people that took the shots and the injections, and those that didn't take it, we can also, maybe not as effective as taking a shot, but still poison them through the air and the breathing. Some structures bore eerie similarities to self-assembling nanoparticles observed in other studies. And then it goes into government programs and environmental manipulation. So here is the NOAA, which the previous man said that there's a gag order. They can't come out and speak on anything about what the government's doing with stratospheric aerosol programs. Right? So speaking of vaccines, we're going to get to that here in a moment. But let us deal with, what did NASA say about the sky? Here is a 2001 document. We've shown this many, many times from NASA. All right. Not my document. This is NASA's document that's set for the year 2025. Future strategic issues, future warfare. It talks about the economy, which we talked about tonight. Worldwide technological revolutions, potential nature of farther term warfare. And it says by 2025, the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025. This was almost 25 years ago. And when we come down, what does it talk about? It talks about a lot of stuff in regards to our air. And nano, our air, with a lot of nano talk. And we're going to get straight to it here. Right? Nano tags, smart card sensors, smart dust. Right? Smart dust. What is smart dust? It says smart dust, combined sensors, comms, and power supply. So this smart dust has it's when you see dust, what do you see? It's very hard to, it's almost microscopic in vision, but it has its own power supply. What type of technology is that? Floats in air currents, placed on everything, everywhere, nanotags. Identification and status info, co-opted insects. We talked about the bees, how is this killing off the bees? And how he was talking about the bees are dying. Now check this out. It says some explosive smart dust opportunities. Optimal positioning of explosive dust air explosives. So they have the ability to make this dust explode that they're talking about in this document. Formation of explosive lenses. Infiltration of deeply buried other such targets, meaning this smart dust has the ability to deeply infiltrate and deeply bury itself inside of you. The future warfare. Now check out the microdust weaponry. A mechanical analog to biomicron size mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs. Dust mechanically bores into lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. A wholly new class of weaponry which is legal. So this dust is on a pathological mission to mechanically bore deep into your lung tissue. So then when they talk about long COVID, you have this sister in Florida talking about she's sick for 6 months. Because not only is this stuff deeply embedding itself in the body, but it sounds like it's reproducing. It has the ability to self-assemble and reproduce in the body. And you're breathing it in. We're breathing this stuff in. And there's more in this document, but I mean, it's right here. So they told us, NASA, Satan, told us in 2001, by 2025, what to expect. And we're seeing it play out with these news reports. Now, speaking of the vaccine, because I think that's where I want to shift to next. Let's go here. Proteins and vaccines cause food allergies. This is 2025, March of 2025. We aren't born allergic to food. Our bodies are designed to tolerate what we eat, but inject proteins in the form of a vaccine instead of ingesting them, and the immune system sees them as invaders. That's how you create food allergies, and it's a process that's been understood for over a century, yet ignored or dismissed by the medical establishment. So we as a church have talked about this when it comes to allergies. How do you get these allergies and these chronic conditions and issues that people have in their bodies? Autoimmune. It comes from the vaccines. So what happens is, let's say they have peanut oil as a base in the vaccine, and they're injecting some type of pathogen or toxin that the body identifies as a bad invader in the body. So what happens is that peanut oil now gets associated with that bad invader. So now every time you go to eat peanuts, what do? You have a nut allergy. You have a reaction. That's your body reacting to the peanut, thinking that the nut, whatever nut it could be other nuts or whatever food it is. Now your body's responding in a way as if thinking the food is bad. So what happens? Now you're limited on what food you can eat. Because if you have all these food allergies, you really can't eat much. And so it's a way of killing you off without directly killing you. So I wanted to show this because this is some research that's come out to show how vaccines are responsible, confirming the food allergies. Now it gets more sinister than this. It gets more sinister than this, and I want to show you all something here real quick. Let's take a look at this here. Speaking of vaccines, we have the FDA prescribing information in regards to the new smallpox vaccine with the intentions of fighting against monkeypox. Right? That's what they're telling us. I want you all to check out the side effects of this smallpox vaccine. Let me pull it up real quick. Check out the side effects from the smallpox vaccine. And I'm going to pull the images back up here for you all to see them. All right, so It says on August 30th, 2024, the FDA approved the new ACAM 2000. There it is. ACAM 2000 smallpox vaccine for use against monkeypox. It says for 4 weeks after vaccination and until the vaccination site has healed, you should avoid getting pregnant, handling babies or breastfeeding, swimming or hot tub use, donating blood, tuberculin testing, avoid rubbing, scratching, or touching the vaccination site. I mean, does this sound like medicine to you all? Until the vaccination scab falls off. So you're gonna get a scab. Do not have contact with people who could not get the vaccine to prevent accidental spread of the vaccine virus. See, if somebody else gets the vaccine, they already have the virus. They already have whatever this is. So they're telling you to avoid somebody getting it unintentionally. Let them come in and get it intentionally. Right? So at least then that person has to take accountability for going and getting the shot. Okay? But if you spread it, then there could be liability there now because they didn't ask for it. Now they got it. This includes physical contact and household contact. If there is someone in your household who should not get the vaccine, such as pregnant woman, an infant, or someone who has an illness, you should not stay in the house until the vaccination scab falls off. So you can't even be in the house with the person until the scab is gone. If this person can, right? If this person is not supposed to get a vaccine. Do not share a bed, clothes, towels, linen, or toiletries with unvaccinated people. So this gives a lot of insight because what I'm noticing is a lot of people are traveling and there's a lot of accounts where people are getting sick through travel. Think about it. You're going to the airports, you're touching stuff other people touch. You're getting on planes, you're touching seats other people have sat in. You're sleeping in hotel room beds, covers, sheets, pillows other people have touched, couches, whatever. So many people are getting sick every time they travel, they get sick. Or sicknesses that they can't shake. They'll travel, and after they're traveling, like going someplace, a lot of people say they go to Mexico and they come back sick. And then usually when they get sick, they can't shake or whatever it is they get, they can't shake it. It says, don't scratch the itch. Vaccine virus can accidentally spread to a family member, close contact, or another part of your body. And then it goes into the side effects. Any and everything, including monkeypox, including smallpox, the very thing that you're looking to avoid, you can now get. Yeah, because they shot it in you. Have skin problems such as burns. Well, that's just people who are already dealing with stuff. Now, because it's only going to make it worse. People who have burns, dermatitis, chickenpox, shingles, psoriasis, or uncontrolled acne, this is only going to make it worse. So you're at risk. It doesn't tell you not to take it. It says you're at risk. But you notice how they never, when they tell you to get the vaccine, they never tell you about all these problems. Like, okay, let's say it's a rare chance it can happen, but shouldn't we at least be told of all the risks? Why is it's just only advertised to us as good without any discussion on the problems? Well, you wouldn't believe, as we continue to go down, we look at adverse reactions from this smallpox vaccine. Check this out. Severe disability, permanent neurological sequelae, and or death may occur. So they're telling you, but no, they're not telling you. This is in the fine print. And in the COVID shot, it wasn't in the print at all. Remember, those side effects and ingredient lists came blank. There was nothing on the paper but a blank paper. And I think it said wait till like 2070 on the paper. Wait until 2070. You have to wait until 2070 before they tell you what the ingredients are and the side effects are of the COVID shot. But check this 2024 new smallpox shot. You take it, death may occur. But not only the person that takes it, check this out. Death of unvaccinated individuals who have contact with the vaccinated individuals. Now I see why they don't want you going around people when you take this shot. You go around somebody who took this shot and you didn't take it, you may die. Tell me that's not the most perfect, sinister bioweapon. This is how you kill people off. You get enough people to come in and take it, and they'll go out into the population and spread it to everyone else and get everybody else sick and die. You don't have to get, that's why they were trying to hit that number. Remember, they say, oh, we need to get 50% for herd immunity. Oh, now we need to get 60. Now we need to get, they kept pushing it up. Now we need to get 70% because they know if they get a certain amount of people with the shot, then it'll take care of whatever percentage that didn't come in, it'll take care of the rest. It'll take care of the rest. And I don't think a lot of people understand or know what we're reading here and see this information that the vaccinated can kill the unvaccinated just by coming in contact. So now we can maybe start to understand what the spraying, the traveling, coming in contact with other people, breathing the same air that they breathe. We can now understand these chronic sicknesses that people are getting. Okay. If they don't get you, because maybe you don't go outside your house very much or you come in contact with people, don't worry, they're spraying and you'll breathe it in. Right. And the more probably that it builds up in your body, the more damage it does. So the more people you come in contact with, right, combines with what's coming out the sky that you're breathing in. Okay. And let me pull up a couple other graphs here. You all may have seen these graphs before. Risk of death, vaccines versus diseases. So it goes in and shows you the likelihood of you getting dead from the disease versus the likelihood that you'll die from taking the vaccine. And when you look at the numbers, it's disproportionate. It's always higher risk of death from taking the vaccine than actually running into the actual disease, which there's still no chance that 100% chance that you'll even run into the disease. This is just if you run into the disease. So what would the likelihood be if, factoring in also not even running into the disease, right? So notice how they scare you of the disease. When it's not the disease you should be scared about. It's the people who are there saying that they're there to help you. Okay. Saying that they're there to help you with their solution to the disease problem. Speaking of solutions, we're going to talk about solutions tonight because we talk a lot of times about the problem and it's good to be in the know, but knowing is only half the battle. We need solutions, family, to deal with this. How do we deal with this world? How do we deal with this biochemical terrorism against God's creation? How do we deal with it? We're going to get the solutions here shortly. Let me pull up the next graph for you all. Let me pull up the next graph. As we're starting to come to a conclusion, we're going to get solution. And then we may have some time to open up for some calls after we go into the solution. So here is a VAERS report. Reports deaths by vaccine and type from 1988 to 2021, a 33-year report. And so what you see here in all these colors are all the different vaccines from 1988 that were in existence up into 2021 and their deaths. Okay. What you see over here is the COVID shot and its deaths. And the COVID shot deaths are only worth a year's worth of data. So in 1 year, you have more COVID shot deaths, not COVID, the disease, because that's a whole nother psyop, but the COVID shot, in 1 year, you have more deaths with the COVID shot than 33 years of all other vaccine deaths combined. This is 33 years of all other vaccines deaths combined versus 1 year of COVID shot deaths. And that's just in 1 year. That's just in 1 year. Okay. So if we're seeing what we're seeing with what we just pulled up with the smallpox vaccine, that it can cause death, the vaccinated can cause death to the unvaccinated. And all this talk about not going around people till the scab falls off that the vaccine causes. Okay. That's a smallpox vaccine. What is the COVID shot capable of as a bioweapon in harming and spreading to people? Because we only have a few years of data to study off of, where we have 33 years to study these others and more. Think about that for a moment. Okay? Think about that for a moment. So now we're about to, here in a moment, get into solutions. Because it doesn't do any good to bring this information out if we don't have solution. A video here, and then we're going to get into solution, okay? The empty rhetoric of Maha. We have a Reese report on the empty rhetoric of Maha. Make America Great Again, led by JFK Jr. Let's check it out.
Yesterday, RFK Jr. addressed the public about a measles outbreak, saying that there are 642 confirmed cases across 22 states. He said that in early March, he deployed a CDC team to bolster capacity for response and to supply pharmacies and clinics with needed MMR vaccines and other medicines and medical supplies. He concluded by stating that the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles is the MMR vaccine. I've spoken to Governor Abbott, and I've offered HHS's continued support. At his request, we have redeployed CDC teams to Texas. We will continue to follow Texas's lead and to offer similar resources to other affected jurisdictions. The power of rhetoric is that it seems to work without fail in every election. And so many are surprised to see this complete reversal to what he was saying before the 2024 election.
So RFK Jr., Democrat, liberal, who's said to be anti-vaxxer, joins on and becomes Republican with Mr. Operation Warp Speed himself, Donald Trump, putting the Republican costume on, and now in full support of vaccines, telling you they're going to make America healthy again. That's what they're telling us. Lies. But what else is new dealing with the politician? They just need you to believe and vote for them. Put your energy into the lie and into the system that they need you to put into so that they can continue and further their agenda.
If your kids were young now, would you give them the measles, the mumps vaccine?
No. I got measles, mumps when I was a kid. It was
lots of people die from them. Used to die from those diseases.
Well, you know what they.
Now this was back in August, not that long ago. Before he pivoted, this is what he was saying back in August, before supporting the measles vaccine. Now MMR. Listen to what he says.
Died in the 1900s or early 1900s. There were about 10,000 Americans a year who died. In 1964, there was about 300 or 400 who died, and they were almost all severely malnourished kids, mainly from the Mississippi Delta. This was before the poverty program, so there was a lot of starving children in our country. It's very, very hard to kill a healthy child with any infectious disease, but particularly with measles. And the World Health Organization now says vitamin A is an absolute cure for measles, which we didn't know about back then. Back then, we were treated with chicken soup, and it was, a week at home watching Leave It to Beaver, and every kid caught it. Every single kid got it. And I had 11 brothers and sisters, and we all got it, and we were all fine. And there are lots and lots of studies out there now.
So we just showed this in the diagram that the disease doesn't kill people. And he's saying it right here about 8 months ago. It was the truth that you got it, you didn't die, it made you stronger, and now you have immunity from it.
That show that kids who get measles as a child are much healthier when they grow up, that they're much more resistant to cancers, to atopic diseases, to allergies, and to heart disease. Nobody died in Samoa from measles. They were dying from a bad vaccine. And the vaccine was imported from Australia and given to people who had measles, which is not recommended. The same measles outbreak hit Tonga, which is the neighboring island, and nobody died because they didn't get the vaccine.
RFK Jr. admitted to being on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 3 times.
You weren't ever on.
What? He admitted what? Let's hear this.
On Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
He said his wife was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father, Robert Maxwell, was a Zionist.
Here is RFK Jr., a young RFK, with Jeffrey Epstein. And not just Jeffrey, not just RFK, but him and his, I believe that's his wife.
His wife was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father, Robert Maxwell, was a Zionist.
And here goes Maxwell. RFK Jr.'s wife, friends with Maxwell. And here's her dad, the Zionist. So we're dealing with some Jewish, right? Some Jewishness going on here. Cryptos, I would say. Very crypto. RFK and his wife.
Robert Maxwell was a Zionist and a high-level spy for Israel and Mossad.
And see how it always comes back to the man of sin, the synagogue of Satan? The reason why there's so much war effort now to fight this fight for Zionism and Israel and the fake Jews. The man of sin. Not only does he give you your poisonous indoctrination in school, but he's giving you your poisonous indoctrinated pharmacology, your pharmacy. Oh yeah, coming out. Those solutions are coming straight out the synagogue of Satan into your veins and into your digestive tract through the pharmacy.
And like all of the MAGA Maha cabinet, loyalty to Israeli Zionism is first and foremost. Everything else is just rhetoric. While Israel beats the drums for war with Iran, the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services prescribes the MMR vaccine to keep Americans dead and confused. Greg Reese reports.
It is getting deep. Family, it's getting deep. It is getting deep. And so we see who? RFK and Jeffrey Epstein, but not just RFK with Jeffrey Epstein, but also Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. I guess this is just four-dimensional chess that they're playing. RFK becoming going from Democrat to Republican, and Trump here with Epstein, a 4D chess move. What about Trump's 4D chess move with Klaus Schwab here? Another 4D chess move. Like, this is just chess here. This is, Trump is, hey, he's going to make America great again, make America healthy again. All the while they are doing a lot of mockery. Oh, yeah. Let's make America healthy again by as soon as I get elected in office, and let's get some McDonald's publicity here. Probably none of them even eat any of this. But yet they're going to give some McDonald's publicity here to make you believe that they're going to make McDonald's healthy again. And here he goes, Mr. Anti-Vaxxer becoming pro-vaxxer in a matter of months under Trump. All right. A total mockery. But hey, people, you believe what you want to believe. You want to trust in these men. But let's examine why they're pushing McDonald's. You wouldn't believe that. What do we have here? Bill Gates sells Microsoft and buys McDonald's. So now I see why they're pushing McDonald's, the gates of hell. Now owns your McDonald's. So McDonald's just gets worse and worse. And not only that, but let's take a look here what's going on, what he's doing with McDonald's. It says McDonald's French fries, carrots, onions, all of the foods that come from Bill Gates' farmland. This is NBC News. This is NBC News. Gates does not appear to count his farming investments as the nation's largest farmland owner as part of his broader strategy to save the climate. So if his strategy is to save the climate, which remember he said, we got to get one of these numbers down to zero, which all of them had to do with people. We got to get one of these numbers has to be zero, which means zero people. So, he owns McDonald's now, and his French fries, carrots, and onions are coming from his farm. He's the largest farm owner in America. What's going on with these French fries, carrots, and onions? Is this? I mean, who in the chat eats a McDonald's and thinks that that they're okay and good with eating Bill Gates farm food coming from Bill Gates farm? And a company that Bill Gates now owns, McDonald's. So now is your Make America Healthy Again starting to make more sense, family? I don't know. I mean, it's not rocket science to me, but I don't know. It seems for, unfortunately, some that this is very hard to comprehend. This is all four-dimensional chess being played by RFK. Hey, he was forced to do this. Trump, yeah, he's forced to do this. Elon Musk is really not that bad a guy. Hey, I don't know. It's some strange stuff people be saying when it comes to all this. But then you have a lot of people who really can see it for what it really is. So now let's deal with solution, because again, it doesn't do us any good to sit up here and talk about all this and we don't bring solution. So what I first want to do is I first want to deal with what does the Bible say as far as solution when it comes to medicine, because what we're seeing and what they're giving us is not medicine. What we see and what they're giving us is not food. So we're going to go to the book of Sirach, chapter 38. And we're going to start here. And we're going to come back here in a moment. But we're going to start here. All right. Hope you all can see my screen here. So in order to first get solution, we need to go to the Bible. Before we go here, let's go to Matthew 24. I'm sorry. Now, there are some scriptures that I, wanted to hit, but we'll maybe hit them later. Matthew 24. So understanding and seeing the biochemical terrorism coming from our government, because that's where it's coming from, right? All your government politicians are Freemasons and have to go through the Freemasonic oaths and rituals, whether they realize the full scope of what they're doing or not. Okay, you're not going to be able to get no seats. Now, we're not talking about local. We're talking about like federal, like those that sit, your Congress, your House of Representatives that are federal. Okay, because you don't hear them speaking out about the stuff we're exposing. We see them switching. Now your health advisor over the United States has now switched to vaccine support. He's on board the vaccine train now. So Matthew 24 and 22 says what? It tells us, and except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So we're seeing this terrorism and this attack, this warfare being waged against us. And we now can really understand and see why, if the days aren't shortened, no flesh will be saved. We see the attack against the animals, the insects, the trees, the plants, everything is under attack. But for the elect's sake, so that when Christ returns, there's flesh to return to save. How do we make it to that day to be saved? And if it's not us to be saved, it's our children that are alive to be saved in that day with this attack, this biochemical, this biological, biotechnological attack against our temples. We're going to go to the book of Sirach 38, verse 4, because they're not giving us medicine. That's clear. So how do we then get what we need for our bodies to be healed? Sirach 38 and 4 tells us what? The Lord hath created medicines out of the earth. That's your medicine. When it comes to the traditional going to the doctor and them giving you something to help with an ailment or a sickness, not a vaccine. Vaccines don't come out the earth. Okay, not logical pills. Pills don't come out the earth. Not that there is not certain things that are out of pharmacy. One thing I can mention, like ivermectin, is, you don't have to get it in pharmacy, but there is, in some regards, you can get it out of pharmacy. When you do the research on ivermectin, okay, it's safe and effective. It's been used for many, many decades. It's won a Nobel Peace Prize. So ivermectin isn't new. And all it really is a bacteria that's come from the soil that they found and that they now made stable so the body can receive it. That's all they've done. They've made it to where now you can receive it. They haven't added anything to it. It's just a bacteria, which you can get from the soil just by walking in the soil and putting your hands. You're going to get some level of bacteria there. So there are some things in pharmacy, not a lot, okay? Not a lot. But first and foremost, are we looking to the earth for our medicine? Are we looking to what man is creating in laboratories? Right? His solutions over what God gave us as a solution for healing. And he that is wise will not abhor them, meaning detest the herbs the plants that come out of the earth. So when we go to pharmacy and we go to the medical establishment that's set up under the Rockefellers, and we probably need to do a whole breakdown how all this pharmacy came to be under the Rockefellers. When we go to them and ignore the herbs that the Most High created that come out of the earth, we are then abhorring God's medicine, the real solution for our healing. So where did Sirach get this from? And how do we identify, right? We're going to continue to ask that question of identifying the medicine out of the earth. So we're looking at going now into the book of Jubilees. Okay, Jubilees, we're going to go to chapter 10 to get some understanding on what Sirach is talking about medicines out of the earth. So we are in the book of Jubilees, chapter 10. Noah's sons led astray by evil spirits. Noah's prayer, Mastema, another name for Satan. So in verse 1, it says, in the third week of this Jubilee, the unclean demons began to lead astray the sons of Noah and to make to err and destroy them. So this is right after the flood. Now, the Nephilim, the giants who perished in the flood, now the spirits that came forth from their body is said to be evil spirits or demons. Now these spirits began to attack the same way they were attacking before the flood in physical form. Now they're attacking in spiritual form. When they attack in spiritual form, what do? A lot of things, but one thing in particular we want to focus on. And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told concerning the demons which were leading astray and blinding and slaying his sons. And he prayed before the Lord his God and said, God of the spirits of all flesh, who has shown mercy unto me and has saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and has not caused me to perish, and thou didst the sons of perdition. So he's praying to the Most High for help to fight against these giants, the spirits that came from these giants, these sons of perdition. Their thing is a destruction. The giants, their spirits now looking to destroy mankind. It says, for thy grace has been great towards me, and great hath been thy mercy to my soul. Let thy grace be lifted up upon my sons, and let not wicked spirits rule over them, lest they should destroy them from the earth. But do thou bless me and my sons, that we may increase and multiply and replenish the earth. And thou knowest how thy watchers, which are the fallen angels, the fathers of these spirits, because the fallen angels dealt with women, those women then bore giants. The giants died, then brought forth these spirits. So the watchers are the fathers of the demons, acted in my day, and as for these spirits which are living, imprison them and hold them fast in the place of condemnation. So Noah's telling the Most High to take these demons and bind them in hell. Put them away, because they're destroying me and my sons. And let them not bring destruction on the sons of thy servant, my God, for these are malignant. That's chronic. Something that's malignant is chronic, like a disease. So when we see a chronic disease, what is that? A demon, a demonic attack. It says they are malignant and are created in order to destroy. That's their purpose of creation, was to destroy mankind. It says here, and let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for thou alone canst exercise dominion over them, and let them not have power over the sons of the righteous from henceforth and forever more. So the Most High didn't bind all the spirits, because then Satan came crying to the Most High to leave some for him to work with. So the Most High said, let the 10th part of them remain before him, and let 9 parts descend into the place of condemnation. So 90% of the demons were cast into hell. 10% were left for Satan to use to destroy and lead mankind astray. Now check this out. Going back to Sirach 38:4, verse 10. And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines. Where do medicines come from? Out of the earth. So he told a righteous angel, to teach Noah all the medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness nor strive in righteousness. So when we don't walk in uprightness or righteousness, that opens up the door for demonic attacks and disease. Doesn't mean that we can't get sick if we're being righteous. When you're unrighteous, you're now opening the gates for sickness. Verse 11, and we did according to all his words, all the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. Verse 12, check it out. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases. So Noah was given the insight how to make medicine of each disease. There was a medicine. Together with their seductions, which is sorcery, pharmakeia, seducing, manipulation, deception, how he might heal them with herbs. What? How he might heal them with herbs of what? Of the earth. So when we talk about Sirach 38:4, when it says the Lord had created medicines out of the earth, for somebody who maybe still can't understand what that means, well, what's coming out of the earth that can heal us? Jubilees 10, verse 12. We explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases together with their seductions, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. So what are the medicines? Herbs of the earth. Now check this out. And Noah wrote down all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. So Noah had a book and it had instruction on how to create medicines for every disease, every kind of medicine to deal with these demons and the demonic attacks. Thus, the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. Right? So, crystal clear on what medicine is. It's the herbs of the earth. And Sirach 38:4 tells us we should not abhor them. Therefore, are good. Why would we neglect them and not use them for our healing? Well, now it's time for the big reveal, family. Again, it doesn't do any good to bring this information out and not have solutions. So what we have done over here at Root of David Fitness, we would like to introduce Root of David Fitness's herbal extracts. All right. We are launching today Root of David Fitness herbal extracts. We have seven formulas. Let me read here the actual breakdown of what we are providing, right? Primarily to the body of Christ. Real medicine according to the Most High, backed by 20 years of independent research. Restore, protect, and elevate your health in a post-pandemic world today. All right. And I'm going to give you all the website in the chat. It's rootofdavid.fitness. Okay. So we're going to break down what we have here because we believe that we have something here for everybody. And we believe that we've covered with these 7 formulas, we have covered pretty much majority of things that's going to help a person's health. All right. So let's go over here to our herbal extracts and look at each of these. They're tinctures. And we're going to break down what each tincture does and how it can benefit you. Now, before we break each one down, why tinctures? Well, understand when it comes to tinctures, tinctures are extracted straight from the herb, and it's in a liquid form, so the body can easily absorb it. So when you deal with pills, the problem with pills, and not that they're not effective too, but they're not as effective as tinctures because pills are typically the herb in powder form, but the body has to digest and extract the nutritional benefits through digestion. And so it's just not as effective to get out of the herb the medicinal properties. But when you do a tincture, the body extracts, right, the medicinal properties out of the herbs. Okay. And it's a process. It's not an overnight process. So it's slowly extracting the medicinal properties. And now whenever you use the tincture, there's different ways you can use it under the tongue. You can put it in water, right? That is being absorbed directly into the bloodstream. Immediate medicine. Okay. Also, tinctures are said to have an infinite, in some cases, infinite shelf life. So whereas you have a pill, it can start to degrade in its value or its ability to be potent. It can lose that potency over time. A tincture is going to be actually preserved in that alcohol, and it can sit there on that shelf for years and years and years and not go bad in that alcohol. So that's another benefit of the tincture. Another thing, when it comes to travel, let's say you're traveling and you want to take some medicine with you. Well, with pills, you would have to you can't just swallow them by themselves. You could choke on them. Well, with the tincture, you don't have to have anything with the tincture itself. You can put it under your tongue, instant medicine. You don't need any water. In some instances, you may want some water, but you don't have to have water. Okay. So that's another benefit of the tincture. You're talking about, hey, soon we know the grid will be what it'll be and it'll collapse and we'll have to go off grid. Well, guess what? You can throw a tincture in your bug out bag and you have medicine now that you can take with you. Potent medicine that you can now have in your bug out bag that you could travel with and have there preserved. So many, many benefits to having it in a tincture form. So now let's talk about the tinctures, and there's more things because, we're going to make a whole video on when it comes to our tinctures, the process of how we've created, extracted them, because another thing is all organic herbs. If they're not organic, they're wild harvested. Okay. So you're getting herbs from a trusted source in Rooted David Fitness and minimal processing. See, when you're dealing with pills, it can be a lot of processing. It could be fillers. Well, for us, our extraction, you got the earth from the root, into the plant or the herb, extracted into the solution, and then into your bottle. Only use glass, no plastics, so you don't have to worry about microplastics. So minimal processing with what we have here. And again, organic and wild harvested herbs. So it's pretty much straight from the medicinal properties of the herbs into your body, from the root straight into your body. So now let's take a look at our 7 formulas here. So we can just a quick breakdown of what each of these tinctures will provide a person. When you first go to the tincture, there is a video that you can watch. If you want to watch a video review of each tincture, there's a play button right here. All right. And also, when you come down to, of course, here is the tincture, and you have the actual label of the tincture we also put on here for you. And we also have the description of each tincture so you can read about it, the benefits are, as well as the ingredients, what's in each tincture, the dosing for each tincture, and we're going to have reviews because I would love to hear brothers and sisters review of the tincture, right? Good or bad, right? Your review would help out a lot when it comes to what we have here. Now, our first tincture is the 7 mushrooms tincture. So what we found through research is the 7 most potent mushrooms. Okay, 7 most potent mushrooms, and these mushrooms are dual extracted. So there's a dual extraction process here, and that's the reason why the original price is $35, but we have it on sale for $25. All of our tinctures are $25 for a 2 fluid ounce tincture. But because it's a dual extraction, at some point we may have to go to $35 because it's a lot of work to get go through the process of getting it into tincture form. So I'll basically tell you what my experience has been with taking the 7 mushrooms. One thing I can say is when it comes to digestion, definitely big when it comes to, I've noticed a difference with my digestion from taking this tincture. Mental clarity, having a sharper mind, more energy, a better sense of well-being, and also sleep. When it comes to sleep, improve sleep. So if you don't sleep well, if it's hard to get to sleep, when you wake up, if you don't feel good, when you wake up from sleeping, this right here, for me, when I wake up, I feel better. I feel well rested, even if I may not sleep the most hours. So say if I only sleep like 4 or 5 hours, when I wake up, I feel refreshed. So those are just some of the benefits. But to get the full benefits, you would need to come to the description box. Very good when it comes to hormones. For those who have hormonal problems, it's a good booster for your immune system because it's adaptogenic, meaning it allows your body to adapt to the environment, the stresses of the environment. So it's going to help you boosting your immune system so that your frequency of getting sick is less. And if you do get sick, it's not for as long of time. Okay, you want to shorten the duration of the sickness. So this is what this tincture is for. This is an everyday tincture, one that you could take pretty much every day for overall well-being. You may want to do 5 days on, 2 days off, or a month on, 2 weeks off, or do a whole tincture and then take a couple weeks off. But for the most part, mushrooms are food. But with this, you're getting more of the medicinal properties. Some people may have mushroom allergies, so that's something you may want to consider. But we typically tell a person to do 1 dose just to test for any allergic reactions or any type of reaction. But usually herbs are pretty safe. If there is a reaction, it's usually a mild reaction. And usually if you just stop taking it within a day or so, it's gone. It's not like pharmacy where you take something and you're going to have side effects for years from taking something. Okay. Herbs don't work like that. But if you want to find out more about this particular one, again, the video is here for you to check out where we do a whole review and breakdown of this tincture. So now let's go to the next one. All right. We have our adaptogenic, and I'm glad it's second here on the list. Adaptogenic tincture. So basically with this tincture, it's very similar to the mushroom. So if you have any mushroom concerns, you would probably just do the adaptogenics instead. It's going to be very similar, but still different. All right. Because we're dealing with a lot of different herbs that are combined. We're talking about the synergy. So with Satan and what he's doing with the spraying and the ingredients and vaccines, he's synergistically mixing poisons together to get a greater effect of what he's looking to do. Well, it's the same with herbs, right? So for instance, if you look at the respiratory system has like 5 channels that are said to alleviate and heal the respiratory system. Well, you may have one herb only hits one or two of those channels. What about the other three? Well, then you mix another herb that may hit another one of those channels or two, and then another herb that hits the channel that's still left. So you're mixing these different herbs in a synergy, right? So you're getting a more greater benefit than taking one single herb. And that's why when we read in Jubilees earlier with Noah, they explained to Noah all the medicines. Okay, so Noah had the understanding of what herb did what and how to combine the herbs together. We're going to get into that in scripture too. The combination of herbs, what works with what to give desired result. So with the adaptogenic, it's going to give you a result of, again, your body being able to adapt to the environment. If your immune system is operating too strongly, it can bring it down and be balanced. If it's operating underperforming on an underperforming level, it can bring it up, right, towards a balanced immune system. So you have a balanced response, because an over response can be as problematic as an under response. An over response is like your autoimmune or your allergy situation, where now, okay, you're having an allergic reaction. That means your body's over responding. So the adaptogenics is going to help bring that down to adapt to the response. Okay. Not only that, with adaptogenic, it's going to help you relax. If you're somebody who's dealing with, anxiety and you can't relax, you need to calm down. It's going to help calm you. Sleep, it's going to help you with your sleep and being able to sleep. It's going to boost your energy. Exercise, give you more endurance and stamina, as well as the mushrooms. Definitely good for increasing your stamina, your mood, increasing your mood so that you have a better mood, and boosting the immune system so that your immune system is in a good place, again, to fight off disease, strengthen it to where you get sick less. And if you are sick, you're sick for less time. Okay. If you want to find out more, again, many, many benefits with this formula here. Let's go to our next one, which is elder, right? Our elder tincture, which is simply elder berries and elder flowers. All right. Elderberries and elder flowers. And basically what elder is good for, it's powerful by itself. But you really kind of want to combine it with other solutions, and we'll get to that in a moment. But by itself, it's still something you can take every day because it's high in vitamin C and antioxidants, but primarily what it's good is the fight against viruses. Okay, so this is an everyday supplement. Typically, elder is even, good for children, and not, something you got to worry about for children when it comes to taking this. But really big on the immune system. So it's an immune system booster. It's full of antioxidants, fight against fungus, viruses, bacteria, sinus allergies, respiratory support, oxidative stress. All right. So that's our elder. And so you would really want to combine it. And I'll show you, some of these you kind of want to combine to get the maximum benefit for what they provide. All right. And it's an everyday one that you could take every day, as well as the adaptogenics, one that you could take every day. Our liver and kidney. Okay. Typically, something that you would take, I would say situationally, like if you're going to do a liver or kidney detox, maybe twice a year, you would take it, get this twice a year to take for a liver and kidney flush. If you're somebody, you're dealing with heavy metals, we talked about the spraying. This is going to help bind the heavy metals to get them out of your body. All right. Your liver needs to be protected. All right. So you're going to need to protect your liver, right, with these herbs will protect the liver from any damage from heavy metals, right? Also digestion, because what it's going to do is also have the ability to help when it comes to parasites. So if you're thinking you may have some parasite situations going on, you have some digestion issues going on, it's going to help get rid of the parasites. Let me see what else we have here, because it's also good for so many things. We have blood building. So it's going to cleanse the blood. All right. It's going to cleanse the blood and then build the blood back up strong. Because it's cleaning and detoxifying and getting stuff out the body. It can then build those cells and that blood up. All right. As well as when it comes to your skin complexion. You're somebody who have skin issues, right? From eczema all the way to acne. This is going to help, because what's happening is your body has stuff in it that is trying to get out and is coming out through the skin. Well, this is going to help to bind and pull that stuff out the body. Okay. Help to bind and pull that stuff out the body so it's not coming out through the skin. And so it should help when it comes to skin, clearing up of the skin. It's also good for respiratory, right? So even it helps with respiratory, gallbladder. You got gallstones. It's going to help to look to dissolve those gallstones and get them out your body. The spleen and lymphatic system, it's going to protect and stimulate to make sure those systems are working properly. And so many other benefits, but mainly primarily your liver, your kidneys, to protect them, nourish them, detox them, allow your kidneys to get the fluids, because a lot of fluid, being flushed out the body coming through the kidneys. And so kidney stones and things like that to, hopefully help dissolve to get those stones out and things like that. So if you're a person who has more of a, you're dealing with some liver or kidney situations, this is something that you can take a month and then take a month off, and you could take it more consistent that way. But this is not something that you typically would have to take every single day unless you're dealing with, a situation where you're really trying to help it out. Okay. But if you're doing it twice a year, then you're getting your detox in, which is good. So let's go to the next one we have is the pine pollen tincture. Now, a lot of people probably don't know about pine pollen, but this is probably one of the ones I'm most excited about. This comes from the male pine cone, which has pollen coming out. And basically with the pine pollen is it's going to be really big on hormones. So I'm seeing research where men testosterone levels are very, very low, especially in our reality with all of what they're doing is causing men's testosterone to be low. Men are taking pine pollen, and within a couple of weeks, their testosterone levels have jumped 200-300 points. So that's one thing. The older you are as a man, the more beneficial it's going to be, because as a younger man, you can still produce the testosterone. Not that it still won't help, because it does boost athletic performance and exercise. So it's like nature's pre-workout, right? For women, when it comes to hormone modulating and regulating, I've seen situations where women are having menopausal situations going on. So women, if you're dealing with those hormonal situations, cycles and stuff like that, pine pollen is showing great results when it comes to helping women correct those problems. So, there's a lot of things in our diet, in our environment that's throwing our hormones off. So this pine pollen is there to help with that. Cognitive enhancement. So you having brain fog and the ability to focus and concentrate is going to help when it comes to keeping your brain sharp, and memory, and just having a real sharp, attentive mind. Also with sleep, helping you with your sleeping good, waking up feeling good. Stem cell activation. So it's said to help activate stem cells. And then we also have glutathione production, which is said to be the most powerful antioxidant the body can make, which is where your NAC, when you take an NAC supplement, is coming from the glutathione. The NAC actually is the glutathione is a precursor to the NAC. So NAC breaks down the glutathione, but the pine pollen is going to help the liver to produce the glutathione, which is going to then help protect and enhance the performance of the liver. A lot of this stuff is anti-cancer. It's when it comes to also this is nutrient dense. So it's got a lot of nutrients in it when it comes to minerals and vitamins. All right. So it's said to have all the amino acids in it. Okay. So that's our pine pollen. Let's go over to, got a couple more here, and then we're going to continue to break some things down when it comes to all this. Our respiratory, right? Respiratory. So another one that is going to be designed for the main purpose is the lungs. So if you're dealing with any breathing issues, you're dealing with mucus, phlegm, right? This is one you want to take. Let's say you're coming off of a sickness and you're trying to get the mucus off the body. A sore throat, it's going to help soothe the lungs, soothe the throat. If you're coughing, you're dealing with any type of cough, okay, this is going to help when it comes to bringing the inflammation down in the lungs, where the coughing could be coming from, and the sore throat. Also allergies. When it comes to your allergies, you know, you get the itchiness and stuff going on with the eyes and the nose, is going to help deal with the histamines, because that's what that is histamine. So this is nature's antihistamine to help with the allergies when it comes to the sneezing and the blowing of the nose and the watery eyes and the sinus headaches, all of that. It's going to detox the lungs. Okay, so if you're having any issues with the lungs, with needing some detoxification, getting fluid out and mucus, it's going to help with that. All right, this is one of those ones that you take pretty much based upon those situations. It's not something that you just take every day, but if you're having sinus issues, or you're dealing with something that's coming up, spring is coming up, let me go ahead and get on some respiratory just to kind of get in front of it, that's fine too. All right, and I don't think I mentioned that the pine pollen is an everyday as well. Okay, so there's really only a few that are not necessarily every day. But the virus buster, our last one here, virus busting herbs. It's going to bust up viruses. So, right, we talk about when it comes to colds, flus, upper respiratory and other short-term viral infections. All right. This is going to deal with that. Also, chronic and long-term viral infections, like you've been diagnosed with some type of virus situation years ago, right? And like I want to deal with that. It's also designed for that, because what these herbs actually do, their properties stop the replicating of viruses, stop the virus from replicating in the body, basically being able to duplicate itself. It's also going to inhibit cellular infection. So it's going to protect the cells to keep the viruses from being able to enter into the cell, to take over the cell. You know, viruses being a pathogen, a parasite, a microbe trying to take over the cell, right? Penetrate the cell and neutralize the infection. So these herbs have the ability, they've shown through research, to be able to enter into the cell. Okay. And if there's a viral infection there, to neutralize that by getting into the cell to get the virus. Also, spike proteins. Okay. I know we've heard a lot about spike proteins since the lockdown, right? So spike proteins stick to the outside of the cell, and it's very difficult to get them off the cell. So these herbs have shown great results when it comes to dislodging the spike protein off the cell, which is trying to hijack, and take control over the cell. Also, anti-inflammatory. So you're dealing with the inflammation response. You're dealing with a stuffy, runny nose, sore throat, inflammation in the lungs, all the cytokine and histamines that are triggering in the body, causing all this inflammation. Inflammation can be good, but too much is bad. So what this is going to do is going to help to balance that and give the body what it needs to bring down the inflammation. Okay. because the body's attacking itself if it gets too much inflammation and can cause, damage that in some instances might be irreparable or take a very long time to fix. So you don't want the inflammatory response. So the virus buster is going to deal with that. Also, anti-parasitical. It talks about parasites. Okay. Adaptogenic, antioxidants, anti-cancer, so many different things when it comes to the virus buster. So I'm going to give a testimony here with taking these. So when we went to Florida for the Passover. Okay. We went to Florida for the Passover. I didn't have these ready to take with me because I wanted to take some with me. I came back, I was sick. So what I did was I took Elder and the virus buster together. Okay. When I came back, when I was in Florida on Sunday, I started to get symptoms, sore throat, congestion, and drainage. By Tuesday, when we came back, I was starting to I felt like I was getting worse, a little feverish. So I took Elder and the virus buster because they both are dealing with viruses. Okay. I would say I took one dose when I got back. I took a second dose that night. Wednesday, I took a third dose. And by that third dose, I noticed a change. I noticed things start to change in how I felt. Now, I wasn't out of the woods yet, but I continued with the Elder and the virus buster. So from there, after I felt like now I'm just dealing with mucus more so than anything else, what I did was I then switched over to the respiratory to deal with the mucus. Respiratory, and then I took the mushrooms for the adaptogenic purposes. I took the mushrooms. So I took both of those to finish out the sickness I was dealing with. So I would say in about a week and a half, it seemed like from the time it happened, it seemed like after about a week and a half, it immediately just dried up immediately. And I was like, whoa. Because typically here lately, when these sicknesses come from me in the past few years, it typically seems to linger where I'm dealing with lots of mucus and it seems like it's just hanging around for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I'm like, okay, when is this going to go away? But this was something different. What I experienced, it just immediately dried up and went away. So that's kind of how you would stack, when I'm saying stack, and use these tinctures together to work together. And then if you didn't use the mushrooms, you could use the adaptogenics with the respiratory at the end of a viral cold, flu, whatever the case may have you. You see what I'm saying? And so that's, it in a nutshell. When it comes to all this, and what I want to do before I go any further, I want to give a shout out to Deacon Ra'at of San Antonio, because he's the one that put the website together. I gave him my vision, told him, gave him a lot of the actual design, and then he took it, built it, made the functionality of it what it is so it'll work. It's presentable. And so I couldn't have did it without him. Outside of that, when you look at the design, that was done in-house. Pretty much did all the artwork and the labeling. Everything's homemade. All right. Everything is done by hand, homemade. Right. So it's soul and care in every bottle. And trust me, this is probably the hardest I've worked in a long time, because this was probably about Tabernacle. So about 6-7 months ago is when the idea came to me, provide tinctures. And so I started, something I did was, because again, research for 20 years, right? Never thought at the beginning of my research that I would be doing this, but I just had a passion for herbs and nutrition. So I started researching herbs. And so when the idea came for tinctures, I immediately started looking into different, can I get certified doing this? I already have my nutrition and personal trainer and health coach certifications. Can you get certified as an herbalist? But you really can't. There's no place that actually recognizes that. So what I said, you know what? instead of going through somebody else's herbal program, I'm just going to buy books. So I started researching books I could buy. So here's one of the books. Let me see, wrong one. Here's one of the books I got. Medical Herbalism, the Science and Practice of Herbal Medicine. Okay, so we're going to be going into a lot of this information here. Probably 15 books I bought, started reading them. Didn't read all of them, but read a lot of them just to kind of really focus on what formulas I wanted to make and learn more about the herbs and how I wanted to, how they would synergistically come together in formulation. Right. So spent hundreds of dollars on books, bought a printer, expensive laser printer to print the labels, and haven't even got to the shipping part, which is a whole nother thing. So for anybody out there who's in the small business, entrepreneurs who make your own products, I'm pretty sure you can relate to what I'm saying when it comes to doing all the labeling, doing it all yourself, putting once you get the formula, what you want to do, then you got to go prepare it. So the concoctions and putting it into the alcohol to bring forth the solution is a process. Extracting it from there and getting it into the bottles is a process. The design of all of this, it was about a 6-7 month project to get where I am now here to do this. Initially, primarily outside of the research that led up to that time, but definitely a lot of hard work. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, what I saw was, I remember just a lot of people would call in and say, there's many doctors and herbalists who've helped us over the years for our church. And one reason or the other, people had problems with getting what they needed. So I said, you know what, with this, I can help be a supplement to those other people that are helping. I can maybe be a buffer for people who are looking for certain things to help them with their health. I can just be somebody that can fill in to help with that. You see what I'm saying? Because it is a lot of work. And so when you look at a toolbox, right? We're going to talk about health in analogies here. And you're talking about building a house, right? There's many tools in a toolbox when it comes to building a house. And a screwdriver, let's say, these supplements are just a screwdriver for your health. They're important, but by themselves, they're not going to be all of what you need to be healed. We're going to deal with that. But also, me being a screwdriver in the midst of all the other that are there to help people with their health in the church or maybe outside. Me to just be a screwdriver to help people as something that's needed, but by myself, I'm just one tool, right? And these supplements are just one tool for when it comes to your health. So let me pull up some scriptures here real quick. Right, I want to finish here with some scriptures. And let's go to the book of Matthew. Matthew chapter 10. And this is my mission, Root of David Fitness mission here. Okay. So Yeshua sends out the 12 apostles. It's Matthew 10:5. These 12 Yeshua sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as you go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Verse 8, heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. So Christ commanded the disciples to heal the sick, right? To cast out devils, to cleanse the lepers. And so me being a leader and us being leaders, our job is to do just these things that we see here. So I said, okay, also when it comes to what we're providing here with the herbal extracts is the ability to really, just amplify being able to help bring healing to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, the body of Christ. Okay. Not only bringing the spiritual part of the healing, but also being able to bring the herbal side, the nutritional side of the healing, right? Let me pull up another scripture here, and then we're going to go back to Sirach 38. All right. Also, it's the Sabbath, so please, no buying and selling. Let's respect the Sabbath for anybody who maybe was thinking of, buying anything. Let's go to the book of Romans chapter 12. Right? Romans chapter 12. And we're going to start at verse 9, saying, go out to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? Meaning the body of Christ. Romans 12:9 says, let love be without dissimulation. Abhor that which is evil. Cleave to that which is good. Verse 10, be kindly affection one to another with brotherly love, in honor, preferring one another. So ultimately, the Root of David Fitness mission as well is to only offer these herbal extracts, these tinctures, only to the Gathering of Christ Church. The reason being is because the Bible says that we should prefer one another. And when you have a small business, okay, meaning I'm in a lot of ways a one-man team here, and I'm doing other things outside of this. It's a lot of work. And, I said, if I make it public, other people outside of the church can buy it. And then if somebody in the church needs it or wants it, it's out of stock, they can't get it. And I don't want that to be the case. I want people to have access should they need it and be available to them. Right. And so speaking of out of stock is that if it is out of stock, you'll get a message notification here to where you can put your email and phone number in. And once it's back in stock, you'll get a notification. Secondly, if it is out of stock, it's probably more so because there's a lot of orders that came in at once and I have to ship all these orders out, so I don't know what that's like yet. So I cannot offer too much at once. I got to get a feel for shipping and how all that works too. So think of 100 orders came in all at once. Imagine trying to get 100 orders out in one day. You got to, print the shipping labels. You got to package it. You got to get it to the mail, to the post office for it to be shipped. A lot of work goes into that. So until I get a feel for that process, there will be a scenario where you might run into it and it says out of stock. But don't worry. Hopefully within 2 to 3 days, it'll be back in stock. That's the first thing. Secondly, travel. If for whatever reason, if I were to do some long traveling out the country or something, because it's being shipped in-house, I would probably put it where I would more than likely put it out of stock, because I don't want people to order something and be wondering where it's at and I'm out the country and I can't get it to you. So that's another reason why it'd be out of stock. Third reason would just be because tinctures aren't made overnight. It's a process to produce and concoct them. All right. So that would be the third reason why. But we're getting the system in place. It's a lot of learning as far as what the demand is going to be, not only for them as a whole, but individually, what the demand will be, to know, okay, maybe this particular one is more popular or more in demand. So I need to focus more on producing this one than the others. Right. So there's a lot of things I'm going to learn through the process, but hopefully this is just the beginning. I'm a perfectionist. Things are only going to get better with what you see here, right? The formula, for the most part, I don't see it really adjusting. I think the formula, not that it might not can be tinkered with, but it's pretty set. But when it comes to the labeling, possibly the shipping, like things are only going to get better through time, through improving, because it's a lot of figuring things out as you go along. You can only plan so much. Some things come through time, experience, and figuring it out. But the formulas themselves are pretty much, for the most part, intact. It's the other aspects of business, the logistical part, the inventory part, the labeling, the design and stuff like that is more so the part I'm speaking about when it comes to that. So now let's deal with Sirach 38 real quick, because we talk about healing, understanding that medicine is just one part of healing. Okay. There's many different parts to healing. So we want to deal with that too. So we're at the book of Sirach 38, and we're going to start at verse 1. It says, honor a physician with the honor due unto him for the uses which ye may have of him, for the Lord hath created him. For of the Most High cometh healing. So first thing we must understand is that these herbs, right, or any type of herbs or herbal extracts or what people are giving you as medicine is not where healing comes from. It comes from the Most High. The herbs are supplements. They're supplement to the healing. The Most High uses the herbs. We see many instances where things are done. Christ took the mud and put it on the man's eyes, and then he could see, because that's the earth. So the earth was healing to his eyes, right? But ultimately, spiritually, we must understand that healing is spiritual. So if you're living a lifestyle of sin and you're looking to be healed, right, the chances of you being healed is slim to none. So the first thing we must understand is the spiritual side. It says, and he shall have honor of the king. Verse 3, the skill of the physician shall lift up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be in admiration. Verse 4, the Lord hath created medicines out of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them. So going back to Noah, we know that the herbs from the earth can heal us. We just have to find out which herbs do what, because Noah had the book. And even though we don't have that herbal book, we have many naturopathic doctors, herbalists, okay, even medical doctors who have done research, put them in book form, in case study form. We also have medical journals and science journals. I mean, a lot of research that we're going to bring out on these herbs to show the research and the power of what these herbs can do based upon the research and the studies. So pretty much what's being brought to brothers and sisters isn't necessarily, me doing case studies. It's me reading the case studies and the works of others and saying, okay, based upon their work and what they're saying and what they're seeing, this is what this is for. It's tried and true. Even throughout generations, there are certain things that are known that are passed down as tried and true. And the government knows that these herbs, the benefits, we have government research that we're going to bring out that shows that the government knows these herbs and the power of them, but they'll never actually use them for healing. You know why? Because for one, we know that they're under Satan, right? They're under a system. They're under a priesthood, a Babylonian priesthood called pharmacy or pharmacy. So their job isn't to heal, but they know about the power of these herbs. So we're going to use their findings to prove all of that. Secondly, they cannot patent herbs. The herbs are from the Most High. You can grow these herbs in your garden, in your house, in your yard. They can't patent that. It's natural. So what they do is they take the herbs and they try to manipulate them in a way to where it becomes chemical and out of balance with nature and try to give it to you and say, here's your medicine. And it causes side effects because the body's not designed to take something that's not natural from the Most High. All right. It causes problems in the body. That's where the side effects come from. All right. So, but Noah had the book, and we have books, we have research, we got government information we're going to bring out. So stay tuned for that, but we'll get to that more here in a moment. Verse 5, was not the water made sweet with wood, that the virtue thereof might be known? And he hath given men skill, that he might be honored in his marvelous work. So he's given men talents or gifts. All right. So that a man's gifts may be honored with the gift the Most High has given him to be able to do what he does. And all right. And that's to be honored. Verse 7, with such doeth he heal men and taketh away their pains. So he uses men, right, in their skill and gifts he's given them to be able to understand the ability of what to use to heal and take away pain. Right. First things first, as a leader, I would check a person out, baptized, dealing with any sin, any struggles, like let's get some spiritual insight here. From there, what's your diet like? What are you eating? That's another thing we're going to deal with here in a moment, because if you're not dealing with the diet right, these herbs are going to have little to no effect. Okay. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's look at verse 8 here. Of such doeth the apothecary make a confection, and of his works there is no end, and from him is peace all over the earth. So let's look at that word apothecary there. Right? Let's look at that word apothecary. What is that word?
Apothecary.
A person who prepared and sold medicines and drugs. Now let's take a look at this preparation of apothecary, because the Bible has this word. So it says apothecary is an archaic English term for a medical professional who formulates and dispenses materia medica, medicine, to physicians, surgeons, and patients. So this is someone who formulates, who understands medicine, herbs. They can put formulas together, right? Mix this herb with that herb, and this is going to, it should yield this result, to give it to patients or to give it to others like physicians that can actually, who are actual doctors, right? That actually can use that now to help their patients, surgeons. So a apothecary is more so an herbalist, someone who knows the herbs, that can put it together to give to others. It says the modern term pharmacists and chemists have taken over this role. So we've moved from apothecary, which the Bible says it's archaic, right? That's archaic. We've now moved to pharmacists, pharmacy, and chemist. So we have pharmacy and chemicals we've moved to, and away from herbs. And the Most High told us not to abhor. So what would Satan do? Satan would then get us to go away from what the Most High said do, because he knows what results that's going to yield. It says here, in some languages and regions, apothecary is not archaic and has become those languages term for pharmacy or a pharmacist who owns one. So in some places, an apothecary is your pharmacy. So meaning when you go to that person, their pharmacy is herbs. Like, oh, there's the pharmacy. And you go in there and there's nothing but herbs. So in some places, that's the pharmacy. But in the West and those affiliated with the West, typically you go in there, it's pills and chemicals. It says here, apothecary's investigation of herbal, there go your herbs, and chemical ingredients was a precursor to the modern sciences of chemistry and pharmacology. So we're trying to get away from the modern and back to the ancient, back to what they call archaic, right? No pharmacy, minimal pharmacy, drugs, chemicals, substances, right? And the whole idea around that, we're going to give you the disease. So if you catch the disease, you can survive the disease. Not what always was known with immune system is that if you catch the disease, your body will fight it off and get stronger. But what if you don't catch the disease? So you've gotten the disease from something you were never going to catch. And then you're getting it in man's form of chemicals, right? On top of that. So that's what we're looking to avoid. It says, in addition to dispensing herbs and medicine, apothecaries offer general medical advice and a range of services that are now performed by other specialist practitioners such as surgeons and obstetricians. So what the society has done is demonized apothecaries or herbalists. And the reason why we're not on YouTube right now, because if we were on YouTube talking about this right now, we would already have been hit with a medical misinformation strike, and they would have been looking to cancel our channel. So that already tells you something. If we can't talk about this and even give people the option or give them information on this towards medical misinformation, and only what's coming from the big pharmacy conglomerates can be actually promoted, which has tons of side effects that they never talk about. Only that can be offered as medicine. This can't be offered as medicine. That already tells you, right, a lot when it comes to all this. So there's a little bit on apothecary. Now we're going to take a look at confection. What is a confection? So let's get the definition for confection.
Confection.
It says a dish or delicacy made with sweet ingredients. It also says the action of mixing or compounding something. So what we're seeing is something being mixed into a compound with confection, with that word being used. It says here on Merriam-Webster Dictionary, a medicinal preparation usually made with sugar, syrup, or honey. In this instance, alcohol. Okay, now one thing I do want to mention about the alcohol, some people may not like the alcohol. What you can do is you can actually heat up some water or some tea, right? It's hot. You drop the drops in the hot water or tea, that alcohol will evaporate within minutes. And then you can drink it like that and you get right around the alcohol, for those who don't want to take the alcohol in the mouth. Because it can burn, because it can be strong to some people, right? So there's ways to make it work very easily. But made with alcohol is superior for herbs. It's a superior medicine when you look at the different ways that you can take the herbs. But we're seeing a preparation to combine the herbs with the Most High saying. So an apothecary, a herbalist, maketh a combination or a formula, just like Noah was doing with the book. He took this herb and that herb, put them together. There's a synergy there. These two herbs, this third herb, fourth, however many herbs together make a synergy to really take the healing to the next level for a person versus just using one herb. One herb by itself, you may get benefits alone, is minimal when you don't combine it with another herb. Right? So that's what the Most High is speaking about here. And of his works there is no end, and from him is peace all over all the earth. So there's much honor in somebody who understands and can put this stuff together. Right? What the Bible is basically saying. It says here, my son, in thy sickness be not negligent, but pray unto the Lord, and he will make thee whole. Leave off. Now notice how it's talking about health. What's the first thing it starts to tell you with health? Verse 10. Leave off from sin we understand that the sin opens up the demonic attack for sickness and disease. So if you're not doing that, again, herbs will have little to no benefit. And order thy hands aright, and cleanse thy heart from all wickedness. Give a sweet savor and a memorial of fine flour, and make a fat offering as not being. Then give place to the physician. For the Lord hath created him. Let him not go from thee, for thou hast need of him. Okay, so the Most High is telling you before you even go to the physician, you have to go to him. He's the healer. Whatever you're dealing with, go to him. Leave off from sin. Okay, pray. Maybe do some fasting, right? Your sacrifice, your affliction. Then give place to the physician or the apothecary or the herbalist to come in to now help you with additional help for healing. Now, there's more to that because you also have diet. And I know for a lot of people, that's a struggle. That's a challenge. So I want to deal with real quick as we start to wrap this up. When it comes to how, to get the most benefit from herbs. Okay. The most benefit is going to come when you're fasting. So if you're doing, there's levels. So a dry fast, where you're not taking anything, you're going to get the most benefits. 1 day fast, 2, 3, however many. If you're taking, water, if you're adding water within your fast, right there with dry fasting, as far as benefits you're going to get. If you're doing some juicing or smoothies, right? Fasting with the herbs. Next would be like intermittent fasting. So let's say you don't eat but only 1 meal a day or within a small window, and then you're taking these tinctures during that window where you're not eating anything, because you want this to actually be in the body so it can work. And it can't work if you're constantly eating. If you're constantly eating, when do you take this? Because you really want to take this apart from meals, like an hour before or an hour after, in between meals, so it can actually get in the blood and work. And if your body's digesting food all the time, not only that, but that food is getting in the way of the herbs not getting diluted and everything else, they can't really work. So I'm saying in order to get the most, this is what you need to do. If you're going to eat more than intermittent fasting, you got to eat clean, right? I'm talking about vegetables. I know everybody loves fruit. Vegetables, right? Full of fiber, green leafy vegetables, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, right? Clean meat, of course. Here in our church, you're not eating unclean meat, I hope. But, fish. And we're going to talk about the different animals that are best suited for us to be eating, like your beef. It's a lot of lies out there about beef being one of the most nutritional things that you can eat. Okay. So if you're going to Bill Gates for medicine, and not just medicine, but you're also going to him for food, meaning you're going to your McDonald's. All right. If you're going to go to McDonald's, if you're going to go to Chick-fil-A, you're going to eat fast food, then you're going to get little to no effect. If you're eating that all the time, you're going to get little to no results from taking herbs, because this is not food. You're going to eat a lot of junk food and processed food. Okay. You're all the junk food. You need to be eating real food from the earth, the right animals, lots of healthy fats, saturated fats for the foods you do eat, so that the food and nutrition along with the herbs can work together. Okay. Also sleep. If you're not getting the right sleep, you can't heal. Your body heals and grows when it's sleep. All right. So you're looking at 7 hours minimum I know there may be times where you don't get 7. That's okay, but you got to catch up. At some point, you're going to have to catch up with the sleep. 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day, that's not healthy. So that's not something you want to do long term. It's going to cause problems. And some people say, I can do that. I can operate. I'm telling you, it's going to catch up with you. So if you're doing 4 or 5 hours of sleep, at some point, hey, I need to get a day of 7 in. And that might mean going to bed early, sacrificing to get that sleep from other things that you may want to do. Right? So sleep is definitely big when we're talking about nutrition. What else do we have? Exercise. You got to raise the heart rate. The heart rate has to be raised. That's the reason why high intensity interval training, HIIT, because you're only doing 30 seconds of high intensity, followed by like 60 seconds to 2 minutes of low intensity. Would you want to raise that heart rate, right? As it starts to come down, raise it back up again. Get that heart rate up for a time. And then you want to sweat. So by working out, exercising, you're going to sweat. Now you're helping your body to get rid of stuff, get rid of toxins. So having an active job is good, but does your active job cause you to have a high heart rate for a good amount of time? Okay. If you're sweating on your job when you're working, that's good too. But you gotta raise that heart rate. For those who maybe can't jog or run, fast walking. Try to do some really fast walking and try to get that heart rate up. You're breathing heavy, breathing hard. Keep walking. Right? You want to keep moving. Right? So these are things that are important when we talk about health. That so it's a myriad of things working together. Discipline, consistency, all these things matter. And ultimately, like I said, we want to be able to help people with all the craziness happening out here with health, and be prepared, because we're going to spend a lot of time now shifting towards health. I know people love to hear the prophecy and the prophetic breakdowns and, popcorn out and what's going on with this and that. And that's good. We're still going to discuss a lot of prophecy. But the question was asked last live stream. When it comes time to going off grid and being in the harshness of the environment in the wild, if you're not healthy now and you're having problems with your health now, what do you think it's going to be like getting in the wild? You think it's going to be easier? You think all of a sudden now you're just going to get healthy being in the wild, or you think it's going to be harder because your access is going to be cut off? So now is the time for us to now focus in on health and get ourselves ready for what we know is coming. Okay. We're going to need doctors and nurses. We're going to need people that know this stuff. So this is part of that, to get us ready so that, even when we're out in the wild, we know this herb, that herb. You see what I'm saying? To help us. The earth shall help the woman in more ways than one. Right? But we're going to focus a lot, start to shift and start focusing more on things in regards to health, because listen, the Gathering of Christ Church, we've done over 15 years of prophetic breakdowns. At this point, everybody knows Iran, Mark of the Beast, America's Babylon. I mean, there's only so much, you can really go in and break that stuff down to where you understand it. At this point, people understand prophecy, but what people don't understand is health, because they've lied to us. They told us everything that was bad for us is good. Everything that's good for us is bad. Okay. So now is the time where we have this time to get our health in it, to get it as best place we can get it. Nobody's going to have perfect health, but we could do better in some instances. So let's try to get our health in a place where it can best be, before going into the wild for survival. Okay. So I think that covers a lot of what I wanted to say. Again, all praise to the Most High for just the, opportunity, the vision, the deacon for helping me with the website. Also, having the ability to have the resources to get a lot of this stuff. Some of these herbs are, sometimes $20, $30 an ounce. Some of these herbs aren't cheap, right? So to be able to have it and offer it, you got to have the capital and things like that to be able to do it. And a lot of you brothers and sisters support is a big part of being able to do any of this. Okay, so just letting you know, we're a body. We're all working together and all of this to help one another. We all have a part to play, and I'm just trying to do my part, right? I'm just one person trying to do my part in any way I can. So a lot more to be said on everything, and this is the beginning of many, many more great things when it comes to health and what we're dealing with on all this. So wanted to make the big reveal to you all after so many months of work and preparation. We're here, at least for what we're doing over here at Root of David Fitness. Sorry we weren't able to take calls tonight. We did run out of time. Maybe next broadcast we can, but this concludes our, let me pull it up here, our discussion on biochemical terrorism against God's creation. And again, I'm glad we were able to offer some solution to just bringing out the information of what's going on. It doesn't do any good if we're just going to talk about the problem and not bring forth any solution. So hopefully it helps someone out there with the information provided, as well as what we're looking to bring forth with Root of David Fitness herbal extracts. Be ready for GOCC Fit. Going to be bringing out a lot of new content and live streams from there for health, as well as we have the Root of David Fitness Rumble and YouTube channels. So I'll make sure I put all that in the chat for you all. Just Root of David Fitness on Rumble and YouTube. The website, rootofdavid.fitness, is the website where you can see the herbal extracts and as well as purchase if you so choose to do so. For that, I hope everybody out there has a blessed rest of their Sabbath and upcoming week. Continue to seek the kingdom, seek Zion. We got next. And continue to fight, right? We got to keep the fight going because the devil's not going to stop. So we gotta go harder in the paint than what he's trying to do right now. All right. So blessings to all. Shabbat Shalom. Until next time, a higher bless and a higher speed.